So, you all accomplish various successful pursuits over the course of a month or so in Corital. Roulette, seeking to establish professional relationships in crafting and enchanting. Tobirama aiding the crown in its communication efforts by learning the art of spell scribing and providing those scrolls to high-ranking officers in Corital. Telperion training often with a captain of the Terra Corps and working to accumulate political influence. And although Jax left the city impatiently to seek his own goals, Jiri journeyed within, speaking with and learning from various strange entities, and finally overwhelming Jax's ability to keep Jiri suppressed. And that is where we pick back up, when toward the end of the month of downtime, Jiri has returned triumphantly to the tree home. And you are all reunited here in the evening of Sundas, the 12th of Sun's Dusk. So you all welcome Jiri back home. And is there anything specific you all wish to do this evening before you complete your day?
Hug.
Shit, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. So you hug. Is there anything in particular you guys are doing? Are you making a meal and just kind of settling down for the night?
Shall I cook tonight?
I'll give you some pointers.
Oh, yes. Okay. I was ready for that. I'm to chop up some lettuce. And we sprinkle the jerky on it.
No, you can keep going.
And salt. Definitely need some salt.
We make a meal.
Someone stop me.
Very, very awkwardly. Let's say Telperion roll a performance check with advantage from Toby's help as you kind of co-cook the meal.
With performance. Ooh, 14.
So with Toby's help, you are, not making a buffoon of yourself, and it is an improvement over the very basic edible components of Toby's spellcraft. So a successful venture for Telperion for sure. And then, unless there's any conversation that you guys would like to take place, we will kind of tackle the next 3 days as Jiri is returned here to Corital, and he may have some pursuits he wants to see to. But please stop me if there's any conversations that you guys want to tackle or otherwise.
Jiri kind of just likes the meal. It's average.
Oh,
Okay. Perfect.
So, Jerry, we'll put you on the rotation and you can cook tomorrow.
No, remember, I've retired.
That one meal.
he brought us all together with that meal.
Yep.
Well, Jerry, is it okay if I hang on to these cookbooks then?
They're all yours.
Hell yeah.
So, Jerry, you got all of your things back, right?
I think so.
Bottle, fan.
Oh,
Did you want a tattoo?
I mean, I've got a lot, so more wouldn't hurt.
Well, let me see if you want this, and I'll pull the spell needle out of my quiver, and I'll show him. I say, look at my new tattoo. It's a magic one. We put this to your skin, and you just imagine what tattoo you want, and then you have it go onto your skin. But the really special thing is that it's a spell, and you could cast a spell whenever you want. This one's a spell for stealth.
What?
For stealth.
Ooh.
Makes you and the people around you more stealthy.
I am pretty sneaky, but maybe that would help be even more sneaky.
Yeah, Roulette doesn't want it, and Toby and I each took one, so this one's platinum, looks silver.
Cool. I'll get it on my forearm. Or no, where'd you get yours?
I think I have a sleeve. It's up my whole forearm and bicep and shoulder.
Okay, I'm just gonna get it on my forearm.
All right, we'll take it and put it there and just imagine what you want it to look like.
All right, I want it to be a bird with a big beak that's flying, because I like to fly.
Okay, so for my own knowledge, to remind myself, Telperion, you have the golden needle, which is magic weapon.
Yeah.
Tobirama, you have the amethyst tattoo of counterspell. And so the platinum one is available for use by Jiri, which would imbue the wearer with the ability to cast Pass Without a Trace. Jiri, are you intending to apply that to your skin?
Yep, I'm gonna put it on my forearm, and I'm gonna make Kingfisher flying with a crown on his head.
Very cool. And so it immediately, as you hold it to your forearm, over the course of a few seconds or minute, I kind of forget the language, but it automatically applies to your skin slowly with a platinum coloration to match the needle, but it inks all the way your subconscious directs it. And it is a beautiful Kingfisher crown motif that now gives you the ability to cast Pass Without a Trace once whenever you wish. And should you do so, it will evaporate the tattoo, consuming it.
It will probably use this concentration, right?
It would require concentration.
And that one lasts an hour, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Mine is instant. Telpier and yours lasts for a minute.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I
Jerry,
believe. Go ahead.
Jerry, I can also send people messages now. So if you ever have something you want me to, send a message to anyone, let me know.
Okay, I do. We should message Gene to see if he's okay.
That's a good question.
Gene.
I really want to know about my sword, but you might not want to ask it right away because that might seem insensitive. But that is the only thing I care about with him.
Well, we should also ask how he's doing.
Yeah, that too.
Jerry, we've already checked in with Queen Elia, and she and Kari are still doing what they can. They're up and moving, fighting the good fight.
That's good. Good to hear from them.
Perfect. And I believe, also, I forget if this happened before the Battle Royale mini session, if at the end of the session, Jiri was presented with the Levin's Edge or not. Okay, so that is in your possession, Jiri, although it has not we have not resolved what happens with that, but
yeah, before bed I'd probably meditate with it and my other sword and just talk to Adras in my head and see what he thinks about using these two swords, seeing if he can combine them together in a way.
And he would suggest the entity in your head saying,
I don't know if it's quite what you have in mind in terms of charging your sword, but I do think I can meld these together in some way.
And as you focus on them and this new blade and your Odachi blade, you almost feel a force of magnetism as the inky black coats your Odachi, and from the other arm coats the Levin's Edge, and almost like magnets, they are forced together, and the ink starts to warp around both, fusing them together into one now Vanta Black version of the Levin's Edge, the same pattern, but it is Vanta Black now. One.
Does
blade.
the purple Odachi appear when this happens?
As that happens, currently it does not appear.
Okay. And then, I mean, if I did that right before bed, I'd probably go and show it to Telperion and be like, look, it's black now.
How'd you do
how
that?
this happened. I don't know. I tried to charge it, but it didn't work again.
You tried to charge it in the house?
Yeah. Was that a bad idea?
Wouldn't lightning erupt either from it or into it?
Yeah, but oh, don't worry. Lightning doesn't hurt me.
But it could hit this house.
I suppose, but it's made out of wood.
Right, and then it would erupt in fire.
Oh. Well, I guess I didn't think it through, but fortunately for us, nothing happened.
Well, that's no this sword looks wonderful. I can't believe you did that. What is this? Why is it black now?
I don't know. Like I said, it's supposed to be blue. I think there's more work I have to do to fix my father's sword. But good step forward.
So this is just some Jiri magic then, huh?
I suppose I am quite magical myself.
I think it's time we just acknowledge that.
Oh, I've always known that.
Well,
I learned magic when I was a kid.
really?
Yeah.
What kind of magic?
Oh, I don't know, like shooting lightning and stuff like that.
But you can't shoot lightning anymore.
Maybe I could. I haven't tried in a really long time. I might be out of practice.
Well, I think practice needs to start tomorrow for you then.
Oh, lightning practice? Yeah, sure.
Among other things.
I'll go outside the house though this time.
Okay, I like that idea. We don't want to burn this one down.
Yeah. Will you come with me?
Perfect.
Maybe I could use you as a target.
Sure. I don't think you'll hit me though.
Well, we'll see.
But yes, practicing tomorrow. See you bright and early.
So scheduling plans to train a bit and whatever else Jerry wants to get up to. We'll now say you all go to sleep that night, now comforted with the fact that your old friend is back and the chaotic force of will that is Jax seems to not be around anymore. And over the next 3 days, you all can feel free to continue the things you had been doing throughout the city with the intent of ideally heading out on your next adventure somewhat soon. But Jiri, is there anything you're hoping to specifically accomplish in the next 3 days?
Yeah.
I have something I wanted to do with Jiri the next morning that might lead into his thing.
Okay.
All right. I wake up super early and I go to Jiri's door and I knock. I'm like, Jiri, we got to get outside.
Was this the night that I had the dream?
It is not. That has not happened yet.
Okay. So then I wake up and I say, "What's up, Talperion?"
There's like an emergency outside. Grab your armor, but leave your weapons. I don't think we need to use our weapons to fight it. Come on, let's go. And I'm not even gonna give him a chance. I'm just gonna run up to the front of the house.
Okay, so Jiri puts on his like tunic and his coat, and but I can like summon this sword whenever I want. So leaving it behind
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I run down, and I find Talperion wherever he went.
I'm wearing my armor. I do have my quiver though. I'm like, all right, ready, go for a jog.
What's a jog?
You like watch this. And I start jogging.
In place.
What?
No, like I move.
Why
Like,
are
I
you-
go like 10 feet. And I
Why
say,
are
now
you-
you follow.
Why would we do that? What are we running from?
We are running towards getting better at running.
Why would I need to be better at running? I can fly.
Fly right now then.
Okay.
Not just the hover, a true flight.
Okay, let me try. And he kicks his boots off, and he can only hover.
So, I mean, I have faith in you. You have charged your sword, but why don't we get better at this in the meantime?
Okay, but like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's very fun though.
We could create some kind of game element if you want.
Okay, I like games. Okay, what game are we gonna play where we run?
Well, how about this? For our first run, we will decide that as we're running.
But how are we gonna talk and run at the same time?
That's part of the challenge. It helps us regulate our breathing. And we'll get better at it.
Okay, I suppose I'll give it a try.
All right, let's try. And we jog to and from town a few times.
And Jiri's wildly out of shape, of course.
Yeah.
Toby,
Yeah,
like,
go
a
ahead
little
and
surprised.
give me. Yeah, actually, Jiri, give me an athletics check.
Oh God. Eight.
Yeah, you suffer one level of exhaustion training with Telperion this morning.
Talperion, my legs hurt. I've never used them this much in my entire life.
Slap him.
It's not working.
Do you have blood? You just gotta get the blood flowing. And tomorrow
so
it won't hurt so. Tomorrow it won't hurt so bad.
No, but you've doubled my passion for my hunt for learning how to fly from this experience.
Hatred of exercise.
Powerful motivator.
That is all I had for this part. And we can RP and decide on a game element, like how we're gonna gamify it later. I think this morning is just enough that you did it.
And Jiri is just collapsed, pouring water down his mouth.
So after having been drained of your physical vitality by Telperion, what else is Jiri hoping to accomplish this day and the next couple days?
I like crawl or like hobble into town, and I'm gonna go to like an armor and see if I can buy like the raw materials for Half-Life.
Okay, so you know loosely where Steamfang Forge is, where your friends tell you is the location of where Moro Steamfang works, who is the one who helped craft the Levin's Edge. And so interacting with him, give me a charisma roll, or just persuasion specifically, to try and see if you can get a good deal from him. So an average price, he says for the materials of half plate alone, which normally he would charge someone 750 gold or so. For the raw materials, he would charge you 375, an average price.
Okay, so I obviously introduce myself to him, chat him up, and then I will pay 375 to get just like the plates of metal and like buckles or whatever it is needed to like actually make a half plate.
Perfect. You are able to do so.
All right, I do that, and then I had to meet Mirage, of course, who everybody told me about.
Yeah, and so over the next couple days, one thing of note.
As soon as they leave the house, Toby, probably send a quick message to Korik. Tell him that Jiri's back, and maybe let the town know, or city know that Jiri's back, and he's kind of on our side.
Okay, I will send a message to Korik.
Okay, so yeah, we don't have to RP through this, but you send a message to Korik this time, alerting him of Jiri's
our final
arrival / Jax's new. And due to Sora's and to a lesser degree Korik's familiarity with seeing Jiri's Genasi appearance before, it is emphasized that Jiri is simply another form of Jax, and they are in fact one and the same, at least sort of ish. But you do alert him to that, and Mirage, when seeing you, Jiri, is delighted to make your acquaintance. Someone he has not technically met before, but has kind of met before. He is delighted and curious and very interested in your conversation. What are you reaching out to him about?
I want to commission some rings, 4 of them.
But of course, what nature of rings? We can do simple. We can have them set with beautiful gems. I could make you an iconic signet ring. What do you wish?
Well, Mirage. So I've got my buddies. We got a new name for our crew. It's called the Four Winds. And so I wanted to make a memento to remember our new cool name. And if you've ever been to Jawland?
This one is not familiar. Where is this?
Oh, it's in Orin. Have you ever been to Orin?
I have not. The elemental plane of air you speak of.
Yes, the exact place. Well, Jawland is in the center of 4 separate prevailing winds. One goes north. Well, what you guys would say is north, but we call it up. One goes down, and one goes, well, left and right? Different directions. So
certainly. This one is following.
Jawland's right in the center of it. And we call each of the different winds by a different metal. Platinum, gold, silver, and copper. So I want rings made out of those 4 metals twisted together, right? So imagine you've got gold, a line of silver, a line of platinum and copper, twisted, and then into a circle, like a ring.
I see, I see. Do you wish for there to be any iconography set as a symbol or a crest on the top?
Oh yeah.
Yep, I want one with a little bit of extra gold, one with a little extra platinum, one with a little extra copper, and one with a little extra silver.
Very well. This one thinks such a request is easier than having to cut gems and set them into careful, intricate jewel craft. So this one would say, for materials and time spent, I could accomplish this over the next day or two for sure. Would you be willing to pay, let's say, 5 gold per ring for 20 gold total?
Yep, absolutely. And I've got copper, silver, platinum, and gold that I can give you for it. Get the coin.
This sounds wonderful. And so if you give him some different types of coins, pay the total gold amount, you can subtract however you wish to from your character sheet 20 gold worth of value from various coins, however you wish to handle that. He will take that on. Later in that day, is there anything you're hoping to, as he starts beginning work on that, is there anything you wish to do with the raw materials you acquired?
I'm just gonna bring them to Roulette and see if I can offer her 300 gold to help me fix up my armor.
Roulette, I need your help.
What do you need, Jerry?
Okay, so I've got this armor, and I need to be more defensive. I was hoping you could help me sew it into my tunic. Now, I know how to sew, but I need your expert crafting skills to help me with this.
Oh, I mean, I've worked on your tabby ones before. I know my way. I know my way around those pockets. I can definitely do that.
All right, thank you.
But do not hand me any of this gold. I'll trade you a quick favor. I need you to go drop this letter off. Or no, actually, I'm gonna do it myself because I don't want Jerry wandering around anymore. Nope. You owe me a favor.
Okay, but I also have to give you 300 gold because that's what it would have cost to have it be custom made anyways. Plus, you got that bag. Everybody was telling me you bought a new bag and my stuff is in there. So thank you for holding it.
It's my pleasure. It frees me up to do some other stuff. I'll put this towards something for the group.
Okay.
I'll take 300.
100 gold.
Perfect.
A pouch of 100 gold floats to you, and I'm giving you 100 gold towards the bag.
Jesus.
Roulette's cleaning up. Okay, so Roulette, having been tasked with this request by Jiri, you immediately know that the crafting of legitimate custom half-plate armor might normally take 2 weeks. But Jiri's not really requesting a custom suit of armor. He just wants these sewn into his cloak, which you think would take half the time. And you know you're proficient with Smith's tools and familiar with his tabby and cloak. And if you had Jiri's help with his proficiency in weaving, you could reduce that time further. So functionally, over the next 3 days, if you both are willing to commit to dedicated work from both of you, you can sew these half plate materials successfully into Jiri's cloak.
I'll also just see them working and be like, yeah, I'll help out and throw some enhanced abilities on there for good measure.
So because of the proficiencies and time duration, I don't actually require a check on this, but Jiri, you are able to have successfully made your half plate built into your cloak.
Hey. So
And
like combo
Mirage,
in the cloak, and then also like in his like puffy tunic that is also
Perfect.
filled with air pockets.
Perfect. So to the common passerby, they might not know you are heavily armed at all, but you do have some plates within. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Perfect. And then Mirage will also, on the 3rd day, make you aware that the rings are ready, and he will hand those over. And if you are wishing to gift those to your allies, you can, handle that.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, like on the end of the 3rd day, like at dinner, I'd like bring them out for everybody, and I'd give,
Like, okay, guys, this is because you guys are great friends. I wanted to give you all a gift to remember our time so far together. Berlet, here's a copper ring for you, but it's got all the different metals in it. And Tapiran, here's silver. This one's for you. I get the gold one, and then Toby, you get the platinum one.
Yes. Okay, so what are my rings I've got?
This is very thoughtful.
So
Jerry.
it's like a twist of all four of the metals like spun together.
And on top of each of them, there's a little bit more of a signifying base of that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, and then they all point in the specific direction of the winds in Jawland. So Toby's, yours points forward. Roulette, yours points backwards. Telperian, yours points to the right.
So the east.
Mhm.
East wind.
And then Jerry's
So you
points
all now have
forward.
a signet ring of the four winds. Additionally, Jiri, as you are accomplishing those pursuits, there's also time in this 3 days to wrap up any minor interactions you wanted to have in town, as well as if you wanted to acquire travel supplies for a mountain journey, if that's something you would be interested in.
Oh, one other thing he would say about the rings is,
Oh, yeah. So someday I think we should get them enchanted so they all can point to one another. So in case we're ever lost, we'd be able to find each other. I don't know how to do that magic yet, but maybe we could figure it out.
That's fire.
This is really thoughtful, Jerry.
Roulette's notebook is out.
Thank you.
Very cool.
And I have two braided rings. They kind of match each other.
What fingers are they on?
I think my right ring finger was the
Contingency.
contingency band, and I probably put this one on my left ring finger.
Very well. Very cool. All right. Are you guys hoping to venture into town to get supplies?
I'm gonna be kind of a townie, because I wanted to introduce myself to the herbalist, just to, like, make that introduction, because I haven't really done that yet. But then, did you want to come along?
I am going there, yeah.
Well, and also with Jerry going in and out of town, maybe Jerry would be with us too. I'm happy to also be in charge of, like, the list of trying to acquire things. But yeah. So I don't know what order you want to do that in.
Yeah, Telperian, Jerry and I are going to be working on this thing for a bit. So if you if you wouldn't mind tackling the shopping for that. And actually, here's you're heading to the herbalist. Do me a favor, grab some seeds of these 3 plants. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Which 3?
I forget the name of the 3 of them.
The 3 that are in my cave.
I believe it is. I believe yes, it is on your plate. It's frost bloom, shot grass, and cinder or something.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. Oh, you know what? It's probably in your inventory buried.
Oh,
somewhere.
it's probably in the schematic.
Yeah.
Shotgrass.
Shotgrass, charseed fern, and frost bloom.
Charseed fern.
Yep.
And frost bloom. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'll make my way to the herbalist then.
Okay. The turtle gentleman there, who's a rather large individual, a very slow-moving person, will introduce himself as Aurelius Braxton von Curacao Dreckenberg VII, but his friends just call him Seven. What are you hoping to look for here?
Herbalist 7. Hello, 7. My name's Telperian. You may have heard of me. I'm one of the few you didn't know in town. First of all, I do need the seeds of 3 different plants for a friend of mine, but I'm also just going to be in town for a little while, and I'm curious if I couldn't study with you a little bit to increase. I enjoy studying plants quite a bit, and I like to make potions when I can. Nothing too complicated, but if I could pop in here and there just to spend some time learning from you.
You talk fast. Okay. and then we won't role play through the whole conversation, but he will say he's willing to entertain the notion of accepting a student, someone to train, though he thinks that would, be a long-term thing that is probably not available within the couple days you have.
Yeah.
But he certainly will, if you're willing to pay a simple 3 gold, he will give you seeds that Roulette has requested. Also, during interactions, if you bring up your Saicus wax cap that you have, he would be an interested buyer for that.
Yeah, I definitely would. I want to pass that along to somebody.
He would actually give me a persuasion roll as you're interacting with him to see how valuable he feels it is.
Uh-huh. Oh, 13.
Okay, so very standard. He would buy it from you for 50 gold. He thinks that is a very rare herb that could be put to use in very delicate but long-term potent potion making.
Yeah, I'd happily sell it. I am not quite the potioneer that I can dedicate myself to crafting this at the time being. So yeah, let me sell it to him.
Perfect. 50 gold.
Wonderful.
And you make that introduction, so he is now familiar with you.
I love the concept of him talking that slow because it would drive Telperion insane.
Yeah, for sure. He's very much, what's that movie? It's like Zootopia where the sloth
DMV
guy. Yeah.
And I'm the rabbit. Like, I got my cape of extra movement on. I'm like, yeah, I got to learn about potions all I can. I also got to get over to the training grounds.
Whoa. This is like, let's chill, man. Yes.
I'm gonna make a wisdom saving throw.
Love that scene. Perfect. So,
and then I will.
Yes.
It sounds like I was put in charge of shopping, even though I really wish Jerry was here, because this is gonna go badly. But I have to shop for stuff. I guess I want to ask Dinah or one of my cat friends. I know we're going into the mountains, and I want to ask if they could lead me to introduce me to someone, or either tell me themselves what kind of gear we might need.
The Terracor themselves would actually provide you free of charge some minor supplies. Otherwise, you'd have to go to a general shop and buy, grappling hooks or pythons or rope and such. But the Terracor will give you some minor supplies, functionally each an extra coil of 50 rope, a handful of rations, let's say 5 rations each. I had a thing pulled up here. Let me get back to that. A hammer. And I think that's actually all I had. And a climber's kit if you want. But that would just be one total climber's kit, not one each.
Okay. Climber's kit. In Sora,
as well as some very simple, thick leather shawls for warmth.
Sora, do you think this is enough for warmth, or should I buy a little more? Like blankets and tents? I mean, tents, I guess, for sure.
The thing with the bridal banes, this one has not journeyed up there much, but we do have Terracor warriors that prowl those lands occasionally for defense of our people or otherwise. You will notice the bridal banes as you get further up them. The terrain does drop in temperature, but surprisingly does not freeze. You will not find entirely snow-capped mountains like you would on this other mountain ranges.
Oh, okay.
In my mind, I pictured like Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, like trudging through the snow, but I think this is more just like cold.
And there might be some snow dusting, but perhaps in this temperate climate, it is, although the temperature drops, it's not frequent snowfall like Colorado level.
Okay. Well, I'll thank Sora, and then I'll go to the general person store, and I want to try to buy not a weatherproof tent, like a tent that will insulate us in some regards from
Okay.
elements. Yeah. Like maybe hopefully it can be lined with something so it'll retain heat.
Sure. You could get a leather lined tent, and a tent 2-person would be 2 gold. We'll say for a 4-person tent, if you're all hoping to camp in the same tent with leather inlining, let's say that'd be 10 gold.
Okay. And then could I get like crampon, like something to like, I don't know. She said it's not gonna be snow crazy, so what's a python? Is that
It's the thing you stick in the wall too.
Yeah, you hammer into a wall to help climb with fixed ropes too. And,
okay. Is there like a bag of pythons or
sure, absolutely. I know that is a thing on here. Pythons are 5 copper a piece. So if everyone wanted to have, 10 pythons, it could be
5 silver?
5 silver, 2 gold total.
2 gold? Okay.
2 gold total would buy you 40 total pythons. Also, just in terms of, I actually don't know the weight of those, but they're probably not.
They're a quarter pound each.
Okay. So it'd add 10 pounds to your inventory, but.
So leather lined tent, pythons. Was there anything else you guys would put on my list? Might be extreme. Are there any walking sticks? I don't think we need that.
Magical heat source.
Yeah, because we've only got the magical light source.
I'll stop at Mirage's on the way back and ask him, hey Mirage, we're going to be going camping in the Bridal Banes, traveling through. Do you have any kind of magical heat source for us if we're in a tent drawing out to light a fire?
I imagine such a simple enchantment is something this one would happily be able to facilitate for you. Let me check the back. And for something like that...
Heat lamp.
Literally.
This would be a common enchantment on an item, and so you could get a magically enchanted brazier to carry. It would be a 5-pound little steel brazier that maybe could fit in a bag of holding, and it would be able to be activated for 8 hours in a row, once per day. That would give off magical heat.
Sounds amazing. How much?
For, let's say, for a common, this would be 25 gold.
Okay. I'm just gonna get back to camp and we'll split all this. Did you want to make it?
Did you get wait?
What statue?
Oh,
That's different.
those for something else. Though.
Yeah.
Those are Baby Griffin. I don't remember. Yeah. What, Tim?
Did you get one big tent or?
I got one big one.
One big tent.
Mm-hmm. Just because I like the concept of cozy, I'm gonna just grab a couple like spare blankets or like for like a couple like animal skins or whatever, just like line the bottom of the tent so it's like comfier. Because also
that's something that the Terracore would have provided you alongside the.
I'll just say furs blankets.
Okay, those would be somewhat heavy. So for all the furs and blankets you have, I would say maybe another 10 pounds.
Okay, but I'll just do a 10-pound
total.
And then I'll add this to a bag of holding. I can just be the supply person, so I'll add this to my portion bag of holding, and I'll make sure to add weights for some of these things that are consequential.
Okay.
And the magical brazier you said was 5 pounds?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, well, that covers heat. We've got food covered. We've got climbing ropes covered. We've got a tent for the elements. Telperian's thinking in his mind that's everything, unless anyone else had told him something before he left.
I think that's it.
Okay, back to camp.
Perfect. So you guys meet back at the tree home. We'll say those final days of downtime conclude, and you all set a plan to meet with the Beast King in the morning before you set out into the mountain terrain to the city's east.
Critter, one small thing. I'll
Sure.
take the seeds and I'm just gonna bundle them up in my letter and send that other letter back home.
Perfect. Yes. Got it. And as you know, the king has been exceedingly busy of late. None of you have seen him in several days at this point, but you're able to deliver a message that you'd like to meet with him in the morning before you set out for your journey. But once more, you find yourself in the tree home, possibly for the last evening and at least the immediate future. Is there anything you would all like to do or discuss before bedding down this night?
Yeah, everyone give me 9 gold.
Done. I would have, during just that 3 days, I would have stopped by Mirage and just asked to grab like a little necklace clasp that could like hold a coin sized thing in it.
Okay. Sure. He would happily be able to provide something like that. Some people ask for commissions to hold loved ones' ashes, etc. So he can kind of absolutely, or pictures. So he can provide that to you. Let's say for a simple jewelry item, let's say 1 gold.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But anything else you guys want to do this evening before bedding down? Any final thoughts, conversations, projects?
I guess I could try to make a health potion. Or a poison.
You could probably squeak that into the couple days you had.
I'm just checking to see. I don't need. Oh, I gotta check my water real quick to make sure what I got to make that. But I think I have something. If anyone else wants to talk real quick while I'm looking at this. Enchanted water. Yeah, I got I have 2 tier 1 vials, so just 1 health potion.
Okay. Let me go to my thing real quick. So a simple healing potion would require a day of effort, 25 gold pieces of material cost, in addition to that tier 1 vial. So for 25 gold pieces, you can make a medicine check to make sure with proficiency. Is it medicine or is nature? Nature. Yep. Nature.
19.
Okay. You successfully craft 1 more healing potion that final day.
So I'll deduct my water by 1 and increase my health potions by 1.
Perfect.
Could I have it? I have none.
Can I have it? Here you go, Toby.
Oh, yay. I used my last one in the gauntlet.
Oh, so I'm not adding it to my inventory. Yeah, potion of healing for you.
Perfect. Otherwise, do you all bed down for the night? Go off to your respective rooms? Okay. Telperion, as you trance, unless there's other things you'd like to specifically go over, I know you would reflect on your home, your sister, her lack of response from Toby Rama's spell, your parents, and what reasonable, if even possible, alliances could be brokered between these people and your own. Would your mother accommodate requests from you or lean toward reflecting the opinions of the rest of your people? Could the Ithilwinge even be convinced to participate in a war of this nature when they've refused to do so in eras past? Roulette, you contemplate the Orikaba's response, pondering what more they could want to solidify a beneficial connection there. And maybe even concern or frustration creeps into your mind due to lack of response from your own parents back home as you sent letters. The thought creeps in your mind that perhaps the pigeon carriers near Storm's Edge haven't trained their birds for flight to Chimera, so that could complicate the journey of letter delivery back. Or maybe other variables are at play. You're not sure. Toby Rama, you rest somewhat easily knowing you have legitimately and tangibly contributed to Creatia's aid throughout your efforts of the last month. And you reflect on the information that the envoy of Kelemvor in your dreams mentioned to you, that the aura of energy residing within this strange metal amulet seemed to predate Kelemvor's rise to godhood in some prior era, and therefore its nature evades the eternal judge's wisdom.
Kind of a catch-22 in that sentence of predates his ascension, but he's the eternal judge. Just a little funny thing.
And Jiri, in your final bed, going to sleep this final time before setting out in the morning, You're filled with comfort that you're back with your friends, you're back in control and not stuck in some dark expanse. And you have a strange dream of fighting your friends, and you're victorious and proud of your accomplishments. And you wait, and at the end, you wake with a start. You're concerned for a moment. Did you just kill your friends? No, thank goodness it was just a dream. But your momentary elevated heart rate definitely caught the notice of something within you.
What is wrong? Are you all right, Jiri?
Yeah, Dad. I had a spooky nightmare. It was scary. My friends, I had to fight them. Roulette was really, really scary for some reason. She was breathing lightning, and I forgot I could teleport. That was part of my dream. I was like teleporting all over the place. It was crazy.
I see. Well, listen, Jiri. After the past month, or months even, I feel it is due for us to start over in a way. I am not your Squire Moby, nor your father Adras. I am something else, but I will help you in your pursuits if you can help me learn exactly what we are or what happened to us and to me.
But aren't you just in my head? Aren't you just like the thoughts of my dad? You're
No,
not real, are you?
I am very much real. I was once something else. I do not remember. My memories have not repaired themselves. And now I find myself trapped in this ichor-like form of black liquid metal. It is frustrating, although I seem to find shreds of my power still available. And for whatever reason, we were bonded together when you reached out to me in that prison. I also thought I should make you aware that I sense Jax's force of will still exists within us, buried somewhere deep, though it is hard for me to sense him. From what I've gathered, his will does not seem to be as strong-headed and resolute as it once was, but is now more malleable in a way, perhaps even more susceptible to your own force of will. I don't yet understand what to make of this, but that is my observation for now.
I'm so confused. If you're real and not my dad, then how did you get in my head?
I wonder the very same. Something unique happened to us when we bonded, something I have never known to be possible. And my memories still remain frustratingly sundered. However, I have recently recovered, I believe, something more from your own past. Are you ready to see what I have found?
Oh boy, I suppose so. Hopefully it's a good memory of me being back in Jaland and learning magic and doing fun things.
That's how stories work.
I fear this will only disappoint then, but I think you are ready.
You feel the black tendrils of liquid, thick black metal creep across your eyes and occlude your vision, as once more you are thrust into a memory. You smell the familiar and foul, musty odor of the Talonreach prison cells beneath Daenor. You can hear that Genasi man, Aldark, coughing in the background, even from this room. You see the familiar surroundings of a dank, dark, and decrepit arcane laboratory, not concerned whatsoever with any semblance of presentable appearance, but filled wall to wall with all manner of disturbing experiments and beakers and foci and other objects. You set down onto a nearby table the wide-brimmed bowl that appears to contain a gallon or so of blood. And you see your reflection in it, the half-drow eyes and face staring back at you of Jax. Suddenly, you feel a stinging scrape on the back of your neck, like a thin claw being wickedly dragged across your skin. And you turn to face your imprisoner. The terrifying and sadistic, but infuriatingly beautiful, dark-haired, pale woman witch to whom service you were bound in your imprisonment. The King's Witch, the scarcely seen devil haunt of Durast. And even though your past memories have included mention of her or shown her loosely in your peripherals, seeing her face all these months later strikes a mortal and visceral fear into your heart. And like a strike of lightning in your mind, her name, so far evading your memory, flashes once more into your head. Moira. The memory ends abruptly as you sit up quickly in your bed.
I am sorry, Jiri, sincerely, for the pain that memory seems to cause you. It was buried deep down, and I could sense the strength of emotion shrouding it from your mind. It appears that when you broke through Jax's hold on you, these walls were broken down too, and I suspected you may be ready to see that memory once more.
So it wasn't Jax that was cursing me. It wasn't the mad wolf. It's this witch. She's preventing me from flying somehow.
I thought the same, and I remember her too. I suspect she is the reason for our bonding, the one that sundered my form into something terrible and facilitated our union. I am, of course, still eager for us to make our way to Durast and Daenor specifically over the coming months. But I also believe you have proven to show me more tangible aid than even that reckless Jax, who I assumed was perhaps more competent than you. I would like to once more emphasize, I am not Adras or Moby, but I will help you avenge them if I can. Avenge your father or reunite you with Moby if that's what you wish. I wish to mold our predicament into something more of a real partnership than it has been thus far, if that is of interest to you.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll help you out. You help me. I'll help you find this witch and get you back to your own body, and you'll help me reclaim the throne of Jolland.
Very well, I believe we have an accord. All right. Rest tightly, Jiri. It seems your emotional well-being carries a confidence I have not yet seen. Use it well.
Yeah, okay. Send me back to that dream where I'm like beating my friends up. That was kind of fun.
That may be up to you, but I will allow you to sleep once more.
And as you settle back down into bed, you feel that presence kind of recede deep into your mind, and you're able to find peaceful sleep or return to that dream where you were victorious. And you are officially granted through that dream that increased charisma.
Yay.
And the following day, you all wake up on what is now Turdas, the 16th of Sun's Dusk, or functionally Thursday, 16th of November.
16th of Sun's Dusk.
Yes. You guys have almost known each other for 2 months.
Whoa!
But you wake, you're able to rouse yourself, pack your things, or however you wish to proceed, but you know you have a meeting set to supposedly meet with Beast King Mordecai at Den Ferris this morning before you choose to head out.
I think that we'll have put all of that stuff that I got into the bag of holding.
Okay, very fair.
As Toby exits his room this morning, you'll notice that he's got his sleeves rolled up above the elbow, so you can kind of see the peaking of the amethyst tattoo. He usually wears his sleeves down. He's also got now 4 rings. He has taken off his archery glove. Now he has 4 rings on his right hand. The platinum ring, the ring of healer's heroism, the gold ring we found on the way to Ostennis? Yes, it would have been.
Yep.
And then now this signet ring from Jiri. And I also am wearing a pendant with the medallion affixed inside of it.
Bling.
Very cool.
With the drip.
Regarding your platinum
yeah.
ring, your platinum ring, I imagine, is 1/2 of your wording bond requirement. Who has the other currently?
And as I walk down and start, maybe getting some breakfast together, I'll see Telperian's like, oh, Telperian, can I grab that ring back? I'm going to give it to Jiri for the day.
Forgot I was wearing it.
And I'll see Jiri, and I'll say, you gave me a ring. I'm happy to give you a ring back.
He'll take
Wow.
it away, Jerry.
Jerry starts crying, and he's like, "Well, thank you, Toby. I'm glad you trust me again."
Jiri, I'm glad I took it away because otherwise that Mad Jax might have run off with it. So I'm glad I get to give it back to you now.
Thank you, Toby. You're a good friend.
I mind
gonna
from
put it-
behind Toby. I mind pulling a ring off my finger. Threatening Jerry that I'll steal
No, my ring.
it.
Don't you dare, Telperion. I'm faster than you now.
It's not true.
My legs have healed.
Oh, you ready for a jog then before we go?
No, wait, no. Dang it.
I mean, ow.
We have an appointment,
legs are
but you and I
so
could
sore.
jog. You and I could jog ahead to the king's quarters. How big is a python?
It's probably like a 1-foot-long, thin, sturdy steel spike that has a hole in it, almost like a sewing needle, where you could loop thick rope through.
Would it count as similar to a arrow, bolt, or similar object that could go in my quiver?
I would say yes. The quiver of Alana could successfully store those as if bolts.
All 40 pythons for the time being go into my quiver.
Okay.
Telperion, keeper of the needle-shaped
It's
objects.
true. I'm always looking for something I can squeeze in there. I already took the needle.
Perfect. Because that compartment can hold how many things?
60. Like I could hold
Wow.
60 arrows or bolts.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then the mid size is 18 with my 18 javelins. And
Yeah,
the
these
big
things are
size-
very similar. They're a little heavier than an arrow or a crossbow bolt, but very similar length and general shape. So perfect.
Let's see you start launching them, just like kunai throwing them.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. Roulette, did you plant those seeds that I brought you? In our do we have a little garden here?
Oh no, I sent those home.
Oh, sure. Okay.
No, my mom's the one who does the gardening.
Okay.
Not me.
Just wondering if we needed to pay someone to come water or something. Well, I guess we're good to go.
Classic Millie.
It totally sounded like you had to look her name up.
Oh,
Like,
that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. I thought I was like Millicent for some reason.
That's correct. It is Millicent. Yeah, she goes by Millie. Yeah.
There is one last order of business I'm curious about. I want to, before we leave, take out my canister of Braille soothing tea, and I want to I know which 2. I have 2 that were already imbued that originally came, and I want to investigate the 6 that I've put in there to see if they have since absorbed the magic of the thing.
Great question.
Because that was before the month.
That was before the month. Let's say out of the 6, roll a d6 and subtract 1.
0.
4 minus 1 is 3.
3 of the bags have successfully, over the course of a month, slowly been imbued with that enchantment.
Woo! Okay.
And let's go ahead and set a precedent, since this is not written in the thing, that you do suspect now that it would take a month or so to, like, it's a long-term saturating those things with this enchantment.
So is that like almost like 1 per week to 2 weeks?
Loosely. Like, I think every month that goes by, we'll roll that 1d6 minus 1 again for things that could be imbued. So, but the nature of there being a couple in there that were fully imbued, you know that Balan, where you had found these initially from that foreman, it must have had these things sitting around for a while, because they were fully imbued when you got that canister.
Okay, well, I was at 2 magic, or 2 infused, 5 non, or 6 non, so now I'm at 5 infused, 3 mundane.
Yeah, got it.
And it's noted in there. Okay.
Perfect. All right.
To the king.
All right. You all approach Den Ferris once more to meet with Beast King Mordecai.
Morty.
And the familiar, don't you dare call him Morty. To meet with the Beast King in a nation where he could rip your heads off if you ever call him Morty. And he welcomes you all back, not having seen any of you for a week or so now, and very sparsely throughout this month of downtime. He welcomes you all, is eager to discuss your upcoming journey with you all. But first, he turns his gaze toward Jiri. Jiri, Air Genasi of Creatia and wherever else beyond. I had heard from Korik and Sora of your reappearance within our lands and Jax's departure. I asked this question of everyone when they arrived and we had our initial throne room gathering, and I wish to hear from you now. I asked the others, what draws them toward this conflict and motivates them and drives them forward? Why are you compelled to aid our nation? I wish to hear this answer from you now.
Well, I'm trying to help out my friends here. You see, these are my best friends, and their homeland's getting attacked, so I'm gonna help them rescue their homeland, and then they're gonna help me rescue my homeland as well. So I'm doing it as a favor for them.
Very well. Driven by loyalty to one's allies is powerful, as long as appropriate judgment is placed. Very well. Thank you for your response. I also do not wish to garner your service unrewarded. I also mean to aid you in ventures you pursue in the future as well. Is there anything in terms of you winning back your own homeland? Is there any aid I can be of that pursuit?
Maybe someday in the future, but not quite yet. I'm not ready to go back home. I still need to learn how to fly, and I still need to learn how to get back to my homeland in the first place. So I fear I am a long way off from that mission, but it's good to know that I've got allies here in your court and with you. So maybe I will have to call upon you at a later date if you're still willing to help.
Of course. May I ask, where is your homeland? What nation do you call home?
Oh, Jawland.
Jawland, I am not familiar with Jawland.
Oh, it's in Orin.
Orin from the elemental plane of air.
Yeah.
Interesting. The southern coast of Chimeras is host to violent storms that sometimes are rumored to tear through our plane and weaken the veil between planes. Someday, when you feel you are ready and wish to pursue this goal, come speak with me and Korik. We may be able to point you in the right direction.
Oh, cool. I definitely will. Thank you.
Very well. Well, I thank you for your response, Jiri. But that is not what brings the rest of you here this day. I imagine you are here to begin your journey into the Bridlebane mountain range. This one is pleased and appreciative you would take time to see to his request. Many of you have proven yourselves valuable, not just in the war effort's interest of Creatia, but to the Villian denizens of our lands as well. Ingratiating yourselves to the populace over the last month has certainly won the favor of many in the capital. And although you continue to earn my respect in your deeds, there is one whose opinions matter far more to me than my own. I wish for you to travel to the tallest peak of the mountains, Mount Aulithir, where an enclave of dragonborn disciples work to bend various elements to their will through sheer force of determination. The Metamorphi, as they are named, owe the development of this rare skill to their teacher, an individual who has counseled me many a time. I think more than one of you will find particular value from meeting them. But anyway, set out up the mountain, pursue this meeting, and once successful, return here. I wish you all the luck in the world.
What was the name of this counselor?
Their name is no secret, shrouded in mystery, although I would prefer you hear their name from them themselves.
Thought that was the name.
No secret, shrouded in mystery.
And our goal is to meet them, let them know what we are like, and potentially learn from them as well.
Indeed, as well as perhaps ingratiating yourself if they have any preference of something they need done as well.
Did you need anything from us? Did you want us to tell them anything? I don't know if you've seen us, spoken with them recently.
Just seek an honest and truthful and sincere relationship. That is worth more than you may know.
We'll certainly do our best.
Very well. Then be on your way, and let me know in the future when you return. Good luck, Udinil, kin. And if you guys are ready to set out, leave the throne room, you will work.
There.
Sora is not elsewhere. Korik is also not. And actually, if there's minor conversation to take place, Korik has just left last night to meet with representatives in Kiel Odin in the Caneloth jungle to the west. So he is no longer in the city. Dinah is leading various training exercises with the Terra Corps and is otherwise occupied. And Ozai has also returned south to Nor Azel to get back to the Sultan's side.
Oh. To the mountains.
Okay. So you guys journey into the city, back eastward toward where you know a kind of trail incline leads up into the mountains. And you pass a few mountain set residences, including the Cliffwall Cottage, where you first stayed when you arrived at Corital, once a symbol of your arrival to this place, and now one of the final things you see as you leave. And so you all push onward and upward past civilization into the untamed lands of the Bridlebane mountain range.
Oh. Wait, is that what we are departing or going towards?
Loosely, there's loose walls set into the terrain of the mountain, so you are heading past this into mountains elsewhere. And you know that the mountain range is all to your east, but Mount Alathir specifically is, you're going to be working your way north a bit in those mountain ranges to the tallest peak of the mountains. You start your journey. And a couple's into this mountain trek, you definitely get a sense that this will not be an ordinary traveling excursion. The terrain is difficult to traverse quickly, although Roulette perhaps may feel more sure-footed than the rest here. But although large stone steps adorned the first mile or so of incline, as you push further past the boundaries of the city, the aid of those steps fades, and dangerous cliff faces and inclines and muddy slopes begin to hinder quick progress and even threaten your safety occasionally. I would like and you were told this journey may take 2 to 3 days depending on pacing. But for each day, I would like to select individuals to roll a D8 for me, and we'll roll 2 D8 per day of travel.
Before we get to rolling, can we do a short bio break?
Perfect. We will begin the mountain journey.
Excellent.
In a moment.
You keep the same time.
It's true.
Yeah, that's what I said. You indeed.
Did the music stop? Oh, didn't mean to pause that. The Witcher soundtracks are very quickly becoming some of my favorite soundtracks.
Like from the video game or from the show?
A little bit of both, but primarily the video game. Like I love the soundtrack from the show too, but when I'm doing my D&D song gathering for each week, I just use so many Witcher songs now.
Nice.
At some point I'll use some more Skyrim too, but I'm like, I feel like we got to be in a little colder environments to get the vibe of Skyrim.
Hey, the mountains are coming up though.
Yeah, but these aren't particularly snow-capped mountains.
Are there
Although
like
there might be
snow-capped mountains?
opportunities. Roulette would know that the Sky Cap mountain range that splits Belladonia and Durast are enormously tall, colder environment. Those would 100% be snow-capped.
Oh,
and that's
but
probably a bigger mountain range than the
oh,
Bridal
but we wouldn't
Veins.
even have to worry about that because I could make us all Legolas and walk on top of the snow with water walk.
That's
Would
true.
we, to get to Roulette's home, would we have to go across them?
Depends
Only
where you're
if we
going
were
from.
coming from like
Yeah.
Durast, maybe.
And even if you were coming from Durast, still it would be a more direct route to just like go southeast and swing around the southern tip. But there's Belladonia and Valara above Belladonia, the Skycap mountain range, and then all of Durast. So it splits kind of the northern half of the continent. But as we get back into things, who would like to be our first D8 roller?
Oh my god, it's so pug.
Me.
Roulette. Gimme.
Kick us off. Kick us off.
I
bitch.
am very committed to the randomness of these rolls.
Dude, that's the ancient dragon one. Oh my god.
Okay. Number 6 has been noted. Someone else please give me a D8 roll.
I got you.
Yeah, I was gonna say same room.
Some of these are time specific and therefore might happen at night or something, but 3? Okay.
Fine.
So 6 has noted the second encounter, and number 3 will be the first encounter. And for my own knowledge, I want to do that. Okay. As you guys continue further up the mountains, slowly making your way across difficult terrain and cliff faces, definitely occasionally using hammering pythons into the wall just to like help guide each other, either climbing some cliff walls or going through really narrow passes and just hanging on to rope for extra security. You guys are not needing to, avoid death at every corner by any means, but it's just difficult terrain. Was there something you wanted to bring up, Telperion?
So in the bag of holding, I put all that stuff. So why don't we say for this, everyone has a rope on their person right now, and then who wants to be actively holding out with the climber's kit? You wouldn't need it. You can. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have my own climber's kit too.
Yeah. So
Or I think I have my own python.
actually, as the only member of this party who cannot fly or levitate
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
at will or climb, I'll hang on to the climber's kit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sounds good. And as you guys continue forward over several hours, 3, 4, 5 hours or so, Toby Rama, once again, you hear passively in the back of your mind that singing and humming sound that comes from your innate mental connection with the amulet, the medallion that you are attuned to around your chest. And as you are hearing that, you hear different singing, and you kind of perk up your ears for a moment, and you all begin to hear singing. I would like everyone to please make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh, nice.
Is this charm?
You do get advantage on this, Telperion.
Alfie does not have to roll.
Alfie does not have to roll.
11, 7.
Oh, baby.
Jiri,
Big
Toby
yikes.
Rama, Telperion, did you do yours? 19. So all of you hear this strange singing, and you feel it start to try and pervade your mind, but you're able to shake it off. although Roulette begins to just walk in a direction as I move our screen to here.
Where are you going?
Roulette
Going this way.
just slowly like becomes dazed as she's saying going this way. Her voice kind of trails off and she starts to lose her sense of keeping herself together as she just approaches this tree. And as you guys, Toby Rama, as you guys begin to follow, well, hang on.
Oh, sorry.
She does this functionally in her turn.
Okay.
And as you guys begin to try to follow, you see something leap down from this tree, a gnarly looking creature. And as I try and show this, it seems to be a woman, feathered with wings, that lunges down and immediately attacks her. And she will get this round off with surprise, but then I would like everyone to go ahead and roll initiative.
Is this a harpy or a siren? I gotta know.
You can roll a history check.
Oh, 15 plus history. 20.
Woofski.
This is very clearly a harpy. They live throughout the Emerald occasionally, but they prefer mountain environments, and you're almost frustrated that of course they would be here. So as that one lunges down toward Roulette, we will kick off initiative here. Roulette, you are currently considered, let me pull this up real quick because I didn't have that pulled up yet. You're currently considered dead.
Is it surprise round an auto crit?
Surprise round does not have anything to do with auto crit. It does have something to do with advantage if they're unseen. In this case, it was unseen by Roulette as she was just magically drawn to this area. But blah 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 blah. Roulette, you're considered charmed. This harpy is swinging down to attack you, but you do not consider it a threat. It is a friend, and you are considered incapacitated, not able to take actions or reactions as of this moment, at least.
I probably also don't have my shield out because we were just hiking.
That also may be the case. Let's do that. Very low initiative, but it gets its go before anyone else can do anything. All right. Let's go here. Roulette moves. The harpy will get its surprise round off very quickly. Its first attack will be advantage.
2 attacks, 1 is claws, 1 is club.
Its first attack with its club is advantage 16 to hit.
Ahead.
So that hits for just 3 bludgeoning damage as you are attacked. The second one, now that you have seen the creature, this does not gain advantage even though you're incapacitated. Although it still hits for another 7 slashing damage. And as it comes down and bats you over the head with a club and gouges part of your chest armor with its claws, it shrieks, and you hear a couple other shrieks throughout the vicinity as you realize there are definitely other harpies in this vicinity. Yes, Roulette is still charmed in this moment.
How did you? Well, I'll figure it out when it comes back around. See what happens.
But functionally, even with you guys not needing to make a perception check, you just hear the cries of these various harpies. There seems to be. Oh, I didn't make that one visible either.
These are so cool.
There seem to be 2 up in the mountains, 2 on this tree, and then just the 1 nearby. But as soon as that one swoops down and attacks Roulette, and she is just standing there being hit by this harpy and not reacting any way, Jiri, you are the first to spring into action and can take your turn.
All right, so I move there, and as I'm moving, I say,
Guys, I remembered this trick in my dream last night. I forgot I could do this.
and he like makes the Spider-Man some like little gesture like that, and like electricity comes out of his palm, and it like opens up into almost like a web as it like grabs onto this harpy, and Jerry tries to tug the harpy away from. the
Okay.
ledge.
So it is like 10, it is like hovering above Roulette's square. So it's 5 feet up in the air and then 15 feet away from you or so. I imagine that's well within your range of this whip.
Okay.
So is that a strength save on its part?
It is. Yeah, strength saving throw.
Okay. 11, I assume, will fail.
Yep, it fails. So it gets pulled 10 feet towards me and takes
Ooh, that's
2d8
great.
lightning.
2d8 lightning. Let me see if it has any of that. For 9 lightning damage. Got it.
And then as
All
bonus
all
action,
Kim's custom spells.
yeah.
Electrical hook shot.
Yeah, so it is reeled toward you with electrical energy that is like tangible in a weird way, and it is pulled towards you and zapped, and it is definitely shrieking in pain.
And then I will double cloud punch it as my bonus action.
Okay, as a bonus action to trigger the bracers, you can go ahead and punch it twice.
Bummer.
1 misses. No one's near you, so nothing too crazy will happen on that miss. And 16 does hit successfully for another 6 bludgeoning.
Why is it only +6 to hit?
Because it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
probably not charisma based, I would think.
This is.
They're not an attack roll. They have their own preset item
Yeah.
attack roll.
Double my proficiency bonus.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I'll just yell at Roulette and be like, "Wake up!"
Okay. Got it.
Do I
Got
hear
it. Got
him?
it. Got it. You hear him, but his words fall on deaf ears. Like you can, they make it to your brain, but you just like feel still compelled to walk toward that harpy that has you entranced, essentially. Toby Rama, it will be your turn.
Okay, I would like to don my shield.
Okay. Action to fit that on.
Okay,
Strap it.
let's do that. I knew that was likely to happen. And I don't have any bonus action things prepared. I am going to just go boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
Bonus action, I got nothing. Spare the dying. I don't have any spells to refuel, so yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. So you make it there. Telperion, your turn.
All right. I have my shield on. I just do. Unless you think I wouldn't.
I think it's more reasonable that you travel with it on than Toby
Yeah.
Rama travels with it on.
Okay. Or roulette.
Just
So I
based
have
on past history.
Swing with the lucent blade.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll. You are in an advantageous position.
15 plus something. I don't know anymore. +7. 20.
Plus 7. 22 to hit. Definitely hits.
All right. Lucent blade. So it's the D8 +6 plus another D4. 8 plus 6 is 14 plus an additional 1. 15 damage.
Okay. 15 damage. Got it.
I never use them. That's why I wanted to mess with these.
Perfect. Second hit.
Okay, another attack.
You definitely you saw you gouge through this thing. Like it is it's lost a lot of blood in that hit and feathers are flying everywhere. You guys as a group have bloodied this creature.
22 again.
Perfect. Yep, absolutely hits.
All right. Because I'm so dumb.
You rolled the same thing.
5 plus 7. 5 plus 6 is 11. 11, 8, 9, 10. Damn. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god. 11. 14 damage.
14 damage. Got it. It is
Jeez.
looking really rough.
I'll just psionic that too.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. Spending
Alright.
a psionic dice.
Oh, I rolled a 1. So 1 plus 2 is 3 extra force damage.
3 extra force damage. Got it. It is looking really, really, really rough. barely clinging to life. Roulette, it is your turn. You continue to be entranced by this thing, and you must use your entire movement to move as close to it as possible.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
When I was first incapacitated, can you tell me what the restrictions were?
I can tell you the restrictions as soon as you guys are more aware of what the restrictions are.
You said something about actions and reactions.
Yes, incapacitated, the condition, you just are you have no ability to use actions or reactions. And I see where your head's going with this, and that's fair game.
No, the only thing from Alfie's perspective, Roulette has gone unconscious because she's just like non-responsive. So he is just going to clomp up to her and probably use his action to just like shake her.
Okay. Yeah,
like,
that's
he'll
fair.
he'll peck the back of her neck with his little ostrich beak now.
So he kind of consumes his action trying to get you in a more alert stance.
Yeah.
Okay. Noted. Otherwise, you are forced to, and it looks like you have already moved, so you are forced to move into a position closer to the harpy.
I'll just be like pushing past Toby, and yeah.
Perfect, which looks like you have done so. That will complete Roulette's turn, and now having ended that turn, you can make this saving throw again, a wisdom save. And maybe with Alfie's help, you're not sure, or your own strength of mental prowess, you shake yourself awake and you see this thing is looking haggard and almost dead, but you are unfortunately had spent your moment to do something entranced by it. All of you having succeeded on that, now the continuing song of these harpies throughout the space just falls on deaf ears. You guys are all immune to this effect now. But it is the harpy's turn. This harpy is going to try and pick up its prey, Roulette, and it is going to try and make a grappling check against you. So please make an athletics or dex or acrobatics check, contested by its own.
I'm going to make acrobatics, and I'm going to add an additional 4 to this.
You succeed. It goes to grab you, and it's like it was just slashed and hit and stuff, and so it just like grabs too close, and it in fear it then immedially flees, provoking opportunity attacks from anyone that
me
wants
first.
Okay. Are you punching?
21.
Unarmed strike for 21.
Zero damage.
Hits. Go ahead and 0 damage. I think it's minimum of 1, but you do punch it and it reacts, but it still continues to fly away.
Wait, I also punch it.
You are welcome to. Go ahead and roll it. But it just evades your fist.
Lucent Blade for 20,
okay.
22 again.
Absolutely hits. How do you kill this thing? It had 2 HP left.
I think that they both punch at it, and as it's moving away, I just like shear through its back, right through into its.
Ew.
Okay, and so as it leaves and your friends tried to punch it successfully and unsuccessfully, you just cut through its wings and it just goes limp, crashing into the grassy brush around you. Functionally killed. Yes.
I just like love harpies and sirens, and they're so evil, but being a bird person like that is so cool.
Did you just cut its wings off?
No, I just like chopped into its shoulder blades.
Oh.
He's going full Kratos, just ripping the wings off the Valkyrie. But as soon as that one dies, the rest of them all decide to gang up and soar toward all of you with a fairly large, this one might not be able to make it. They all want to approach. However, the one back here seems to be a little bigger than the rest, and it continues to sing, falling deaf on your own ears, but it looks back at something behind it. Come on, it's time to play. And you see from behind this tree, back in the area, a monstrous, enormous creature starts to move and shift, having been lulled into a sense of security by this ally it thinks is its friend. As a large giant, 15 feet tall, with this massive wooden club, starts to get up and spend some of its movement. It will now take its turn alongside the harpies, and it is going to use half of its movement to get up, and it is going to begin to make its way toward you, picking up a boulder from the ground and hurling it at the nearest person it can see, which I think in this case is just Telperion, the one most directly line of sight, as it throws a giant boulder.
Damn, that is some freaking range.
Okay.
It is. Actually, this might be outside its short range, so let me double check this. It is outside its short range, so it does have disadvantage.
Is this an Attack on Titan icon?
I can't confirm, or I'm not sure actually. I think it is just a hill giant, but with disadvantage against Telperion. Almost really good, but then it just soars past you, not even collapsing in range of what could have been otherwise possibly dangerous to your friends surrounding your space. But it continues to lumber towards you, and now this harpy begins to also fly toward you.
Can I do
all.
something for flavor?
Sure.
As the boulder's coming, can I push my hand up and try to kind of give it a little bit of momentum telekinetically?
You felt your purchase doing that, but this is much heavier than your quick availability could actually affect the momentum of that rock.
Telperion turns to us and goes,
but
I do.
But
look at that.
Yeah. But it is Jiri's turn, and there are harpies all around.
Oh God.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm just gonna charge the nearest harpy, summoning my sword.
I'm sorry, that one should have made
advantage.
attacks. One of them should have made attacks at Roulette because it did move into her range.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask that.
Also, do
So
they have
it will do
initiatives?
its multi-attack. They all move at the same initiative count.
That's scary.
Club and claw. It's club. You kind of dodge out of the way, or however you defend yourself, and then the claw attack will otherwise get to you. Although I don't know if Alfie's reaction thing comes into play in this, but theoretically, okay. So theoretically, the claws scrape you for another 3 damage.
And I would have done it on
Jiri.
the first one anyway, so yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so I move
Okay.
there, and I'm gonna pull out Stormbender's Edge, and I'm gonna attack it
Perfect.
twice.
Yes.
Flanking with roulette, so advantage.
Is it not? Oh, there it goes.
Oh, nice. A nat 20 for the first one.
Wait, what is that damage equal? 1
Um,
plus.
Of what this?
I think it's a total of 20 damage on that
Yeah,
first
I was wondering
hit.
if all of those numbers were part of it.
Oh, that's tedious to look at.
That second one hits as well for another 15 damage.
So 35.
20, 35. You slice through that thing's wings. It almost falls to the ground. It's struggling, keeping itself elevated with its weakened and shredded wings. It is still alive, but heavily bloodied by that.
And then I'm gonna try to punch it in the back of the head as well.
35. Got it. Go ahead and do so. Also hits. So go ahead and another 6 bludgeoning damage. It is looking really rough. You carved through that thing very quickly.
Okay, so more than 40.
And I'm gonna leave him to my fellow companions and move closer to these guys.
Okay, as soon as you leave and we're carving into it, it just lashes out with a strike. 22 for 6 slashing damage to you, Jiri.
I was hoping my new armor would come in handy.
Overtime.
And that'll
Right.
do it for Jiri?
Yep.
All right, Toby Rama.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Do I want to do it here or do I want to do it there? That seems like a waste. Yeah, so I'm gonna move straight down 30 feet.
Okay.
Oh, that thing already attacked, so
Yeah,
An
it thought
opportunity.
about trying to reach out for you, but it was already overextended reaching out for Jiri, not able to use another reaction.
Oh, and how is this going to be flavored? And I will cast Kellenvor's Touch and make an attack against this harpy.
Okay.
Which it's essentially like my hand glows brightly silver in the mists as I try to reach out for like its throat, essentially.
Okay. Very cool. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay, so
You
cast
will
it.
begin to be concentrating on this spell.
Sick.
So you concentrate on the spell, but these things are very dexterous, and so you swipe out, and it just like bats its wings and dodges your attack. But you are still concentrating on that spell, still the magic imbuing your fist.
Yes, sir. So that is my turn.
Okay, Telperion.
Roulette, you got this one?
Sure.
One of us has to.
That was.
I'm going to try to help out. You in between you and Alfie. I'm gonna rush down here. My movement speed of 35, and I'm gonna put 2 sword swipes into this harpy.
Go ahead and roll them.
I don't have advantage anymore.
You do not.
17 plus 7, 24.
Definitely hits.
I haven't added in a while, it feels like. 3 plus 6 is 9, plus an additional 1. 10 damage on the first strike.
A tenor.
As soon as you carve into it, this thing just shrieks with a death cry and falls limp to the ground.
Was this one hurt already?
I don't think so.
I guess so.
Oh, I'm sorry. The one Roulette, I was looking at this one as if that was the one standing in front of Roulette. That one just takes the damage.
I was like, oh, these things are weak.
Yep, my bad. Yeah, the one near Roulette is very injured, but that one takes, how much damage was it? 10 total? Got it.
Yeah, I rolled really low. All right, and I'll swing again.
Okay, go for it.
How much better? 4 plus 6 is 10 plus 12 damage on that next one.
Another 12. Got it. Not quite bloody, but pretty damn close. You're carving through and you're seeing feathers fly and blood spatter. Successful, definitely.
Okay. That's my turn.
Got it.
Actually, you know what? For the fun of it, I'm just gonna pull. No, there's no point. Oh, I guess I'll pull Jerry towards us in case, just to help him out. So I'm gonna try to pull Jerry right here.
Okay. If he's familiar with the sensation, he can choose to fail to save.
I'll go with the flow.
Perfect. Roulette, it is your turn. Your mind is now your own.
I'm staring at this harpy, and I'm just gonna Alfie and I are gonna split around this thing. I'm gonna just turn and spit some blood on it. As my action, I'm gonna take out my shield and just walk away from it. Alfie, you take care of it. But Alfie and I are going to continue walking, and Alfie's just going to stick the wand of magic missiles out of his butt and just drop one charge.
Just point blank range into its form. Go ahead and roll that. So that'll be your bonus action, Alfie's action, to do missiles.
I bet I could ever.
3d4 plus 3.
You are going to roll enough. Yeah, how do you kill this thing?
I want to pop its head.
You do so. It detonates into parts of its torso and its head, and it just detonates a shred of blood and feathers everywhere. You now have at least some feathers stuck to you.
5. I'm gonna move up next to Jiri, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's my turn.
Okay. Got it. Harpies. The harpies that are very instinctual creatures, not particularly smart, but they do have instinct for how to pick prey. They are going to surround Tobirama and try and gouge him from both sides. At the same time, this larger matriarch of the harpies goes up to Telperion and is going to attempt to grapple you and pull you. So go ahead and make a contested athletics check.
But grapple's an attack, right?
It is not an attack roll. It's not making an attack roll.
Wouldn't this be like trying to caddy corner through an opponent's space? And we had said that's not.
They can fly, so they fly. They
Up
can
and
go over you.
That's easy enough.
But you're absolutely right, and definitely feel free to call me on that. But they can fly, so it's not as much of an issue.
Okay, yeah. Contested athletics then.
Yeah, make an attack means make an attack roll. Functionally, the word attack includes roll for D&D purposes.
I rolled a 1.
If you're, you rolled a 1. It has not rolled yet, but I think this is going to go well.
1.
Oh,
rolled really low,
it's not an
but still
auto-fail,
enough.
Right? Well, I have an 8 total.
I think nat 1 is for sure auto.
Okay. I didn't know if that was just for
and so it will pull you away from it. Well, not away from it. It's pulling you with it in an attempt. Well, it has half its movement, and it moved how much toward you? 10. So it can move this far away, dragging you along the ground. It's trying to beat its wings and pull you into the air, but it's just pulling you along the ground as this giant runs up toward you and attempts to smack you. It's not smart enough to get flanking on you, but it will get into your range. Okay, now the attacks against Toby Rama.
The one on the right will have disadvantage on the first attack.
Making it
okay
normal.
Okay, so we'll do that one first. So the club attack is disadvantage because that's always what they use first.
It's a normal attack.
Oh shit! I'm just gonna re-roll that normally. So that misses, and then the second one will be advantage.
1 out of 4. Yeah, that
for
hits.
8 slashing as 21 gouges into you, and then the one on the other side will similarly make 2 attacks, club and claws.
3, that saves. Both, all of those hits, so I need to do 2 more. I have plus 3. I have plus 3.
Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Plus 3. Because none of those are making it higher than DC 10.
Correct. But the 22 will hit you for another 4 damage, and the 18, I guess, hits you again for 5 damage. Okay, so you save. It looks like you save on all your checks.
Yeah, 17 damage
is
though.
A plus 3 as well. But 17, 8,
so that circlet
12, 5,
just save your spell twice over.
Yep.
That feels amazing when that happens.
Those guys have gone. Now it is the hill giant.
5,
the harpy having already used its a grapple can replace 1 attack, so that harpy matriarch will get 1 attack on Telperion. A little better at hitting, but still not enough. Just harmlessly scraping at with like deadly looking talons that are more exaggerated than the others, but harmlessly scraping on your thing.
So
now the hill giants.
You want to save it?
It takes a reaction, and you're about to get. There's a giant looming over you.
All right, fine. Nothing.
Okay, so you thought about maybe proccing that ability, but this hill giant runs up toward you and it's going to take 2 swipes with its great club at you. Neither with advantage because it's not flanking or anything. Actually, and it only needs to move to here with its reach of 10 feet, swinging this great club. Attack number 1.
Nice.
Just overexerts himself and slams into the ground so close to you. And attack number 2.
I wish I used
similar effect. It is bashing, but not dexterous enough to find the specific spot where the small creature is. Missing both times. That is it for the harpies. Jiri, you are up.
All right, so I just work my way around this harpy to kind of flank it, and then I'm going to attack it twice.
Okay, go for it.
Where is he? Oh, there you are. You were hard to see there for a second for me.
18 hits.
20 damage.
20 damage on. Hang on one second. Okay, that one. So it is still alive. And another attack for another 15 damage.
15, yeah.
You once again in just 2 hits are absolutely bloodying this thing, shredding it to bits with it's already considering fleeing. You see the fear in its eyes.
All right.
Jiri, back up 2 spots. I'll try and convince you to give me advantage with flanking. If you have the movement for it.
Yes, I will. And then I'm gonna start, since this thing's beat up pretty badly, I'm gonna shift my focus towards this thing, and I'm gonna be like,
Meko, play me a song to cheer me up so that I can beat up that big troll.
You hear a melody stir up from inside your mind, and you gain your, as normal, no action economy required, but you have your D8 to be used when required, and you have dedicated your inspiration towards this creature.
oh no, I meant to use my bonus action to like focus.
That's what I kind of did at the very end of that. I realized that's what
Gotcha,
you're doing.
gotcha,
Perfect. Got it. Perfect. You mark him. Toby Rama.
All right. I'm gonna punch him, or I'm gonna reach
Advantage.
out.
I'm gonna touch him. Absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
7. So I only get 3 of that back.
That is unfortunate roll. Because what is it? Oh, you did a 1, a 2, and a 4. So yes, you only get 3, and it's not a creature other than yourself. So you're not bolstering yourself with temps or anything, but you do heal 3 points as you damage that one. And it is, you see the necrotic, as you're siphoning the silver mist back into your own self, you're seeing its feathers like gray and
Wither,
curl and
yeah.
wilt. Sucking its life force into your own. It is looking very, very, very rough.
Yeah, I'll go right here. I'll just move 5 feet down.
Okay.
And that's it.
Got it. Telperion.
So I checked grapple. I can attack without any penalty.
Correct. It's just you just don't have movement speed. while
Yeah.
you're grappling.
I'm gonna just try to hammer this harpy with my sword.
Okay. Go for it.
So it's a regular D20. Cocked.
I think that 30 would get you there, Jerry, because I think he's the 3x3.
24 to hit her.
He is in fact a 3x3. 24 to hit, absolutely hits.
God, so I'm making 8 plus or 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage on the first one. Oh,
Got it.
Yeah,
Plus 6.
12 damage on that one. And then I'm gonna do the same thing again.
Okay.
16 plus 7 to hit, so 23 to hit.
You're rolling well. He absolutely hits.
7, 8, 17 damage on that second hit.
Yeah. I can do this math. I can do it. There we go.
And then I'm gonna action surge and hit her again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
You have bloodied her in these 2 attacks.
And I'm waiting to use my psionic if I get a crit. Oh, I missed on the first one. Well, 5 plus 7 is 12.
12 does miss.
Okay, last one. 1. Cool, no psionic for me.
A 1 you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do miss again.
I was rolling the damage with I rolled a 1 on my D20, a 1 on my D8, and a 1 on my D4. So it really does hurt that I missed one.
I'm really pleased that this all happened after I said you're rolling well. I totally cursed you.
Literally.
Okay.
And that's my action surge too. With my
Got
bonus
it.
action,
Mm-hmm.
I will pull again. Just I'll help Toby out. I'll pull Toby 5 feet towards me.
Okay, you can do so.
That's all.
Perfect. All right, that'll do it for you, Roulette and Alfie.
Wow,
I'm
sucks.
just swinging out at the one right in front of me real quick.
Perfect. Roll it.
10.
Oh, unfortunately, does not miss. Or I mean, it does miss. It does not hit.
I'm going to move here to try and distract it a little bit by having Jiri behind her.
Perfect. Now you definitely are. You are in an advantageous position, but at some point I should decide on if flanking is canceled out by being flanked.
Oh.
Right now, I'm going to say we're not going to worry about it. So you do have advantage. Nat 20. How do you kill that one that has 6 HP left?
Oh, well, you get a crit anyway.
Jiri had just attacked this one, right?
I think so.
I feel like I bonk it and it like falls onto Jiri's sword more.
Very cool. Very cool. Skewering that harpy.
And then where's the ruler?
Probably should have pulled Jerry, not Toby.
I'm gonna shout and I'm like, Alfie, go work on that big guy. And I'm gonna have Alfie move to here. Yeah,
Okay.
here.
The harpy's confused by this thing, but as soon as it leaves, it does swipe out at Alfie.
Yeah. He's in ostrich mode too, so
Got it.
That's a
12 to
miss.
hit Alfie, just scrapes harmlessly on the metal.
And bonus action, or as Alfie's action, I'm going to have him. His chest is going to open up, and he's going to. Well, let me ask this first. It's a giant, right? How tall is this thing?
15 feet tall or so.
Okay, 15 feet tall.
It's as tall as the Hydra, although the Hydra had the extra reach of its long necks, but.
Okay. I'm going to have Alfie launch his grappling hook and try and to hit/attach somewhere on the thing's body.
Okay. Make an attack roll for this.
Normally it's plus my spell attack modifier.
Yeah, let's keep it that. Yep.
Plus, what was it? +7? I think it's +7. I just looked this up. Sorry. +7.
11 does not hit. So you see Alfie like shoot this thing, and the trail goes, and it just like soars a little bit off trajectory, and then just falls limply to the ground. The grappling hook now on the ground, 30 feet away. However long we just, or I guess it can go up to 50 feet.
It's like
Yeah. So,
like
so I think it
35.
would, unless it impacted something sooner, it would go 50 feet. So it soars past him, and now it's just limply attached to Alfie and the grappling hook out 50 feet away.
That's my turn.
Okay, sounds good. Harpies. This one is seeing the tides turn on it. It is fleeing. Roulette, you are free to, and it's going to go straight up into the air and out towards the mountains where it came from. So not provoking opportunities from Jiri and Toby since it's in the air, but it will leave Roulette's space. Although if a 14 does hit, this one might survive, though. It does survive. So you clobber it with your chain flail as it leaves, and it smacks it, but it maintains its flight and continues to fly away. Similarly, the harpy here that has Telpian grappled is going to fly up 10 feet and drop you, and then flee. So make a dexterity saving throw for me, Telperion.
Nat 20 +1.
Beautiful. So let's
Rolls my
do
moon.
this. So instead of taking 1 damage and falling prone, you take 1 damage, half of that, and you are not prone. You just fall to your feet, but it flies away.
So I take 1.
Yes. And it continues to sing its song toward the hill giant, and the hill giant will once again try and do 2 swings toward you, Telperion. 1 and 2. Man, if you fell prone, that would have gone very differently, I think. But both miss you again. This thing is very stupid. It's just slamming as hard as it can. It's not really trying to adjust for your movements. It is not successful at all. It is Jiri's turn.
Idea though, like this huge club, and he's like rolling around a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Was this one injured?
Yeah, I heard her with 2 attacks.
Yes. Yeah, both of those
This one?
harpies have been injured for sure. Both are bloodied,
All right.
actually.
I was gonna do something different, but now I'm gonna run up to the base of this hill and throw some rocks at them as they're flying
Okay.
away.
Imbuing them with magic as your bonus action, and then 1, 2.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. That one definitely hits.
My mind.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm going to give my 2
For 12 and 15 also hits. Both of them hit. Tell me which stone was aimed at which creature.
I was aiming both of them at the one that Talperion had injured. That was
Very
what I was
cool.
asking about.
Both of those hitting knock that one clean out of the sky, and it drops its song. And because it can't maintain its song as its bonus action on its turn anymore. And as soon as the song goes limp, the hill giant starts to shake its head and is freed from its control.
We haven't hit it once.
That is true.
Do I have it prepared?
Can I yell something at this time?
Yeah.
Let's not try to fight the giant.
Okay. Unless Jiri has anything on his, well, I guess that uses some movement
Nope,
action,
that's
bonus
everything.
action. So, cool. Toby, your turn.
Is a hill giant considered a humanoid?
No.
Really? It has to be like within our like size range.
It is considered a giant.
Dang, I have calm emotions. That would have been great.
Humanoid might not necessarily require a medium thing because, like, I think gnomes are considered humanoid, halflings are considered humanoid, I think. But giants are a different type of creature.
Okay. Well, I don't want to attack it, but I do want it to like feel weak then. So I'm gonna drop Kelemvor's touch and cast Ray of Enfeeblement.
Okay.
Against it.
Go ahead and roll.
20 to hit.
20 absolutely hits.
And now Constitution saving throw. Oh no, at the end of its turns.
Okay, so it can try and resist it after the turn.
At the end of each of its turns, it can do that to end it.
Okay. Got it.
And I'll scoot back because I want to keep concentrating on that.
So it deals only half damage with attacks that use strength.
Correct.
Got it. And you are adjusting in that way. Telperion, your turn.
Oh,
What direction?
tail
What
end.
direction?
Yep, sorry, Toby.
Tail end bonus action to get that spell slot right back, but still concentrate on the spell.
Harnessing divine power from your capabilities. Perfect.
Indeed.
All right, Telperion.
What is this terrain like? Is this super steep?
It's a steep cliff face, and the harpy is probably, with its movement, it is probably 40 feet up in the air and then X amount of feet away from you.
I'm gonna move that way.
Okay.
Move here.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out for my rope.
Step over your rope.
With it being 40 feet up in the air, we'll say it is going to be roughly 45, 50 feet away from you right now.
It would be, yeah, it would be 48. So it'd be, I'd say 50.
Okay. Dropping my sword. Javelin.
Okay, go ahead and roll it with disadvantage.
It would be a disadvantage. I guess actually looking at it, would I be able to like? I want to throw a sliver, and he would be quickly wondering like, is it gonna be impossible to get it back if it's like, or is it just gonna fall?
I would say not impossible to get it back. No, it would probably just fall to the ground of this cliff face if you miss.
Sliver instead then.
Okay, still disadvantage, but it's within your 60-foot long range for sure.
53. Rolled a 6 and a 5. 6. I rolled 2 6s. Weird. 6 plus 8 is 12. Is that right?
6 plus 8 is 14, and it does hit.
Woo! So it's a D6.
So you see it losing its trajectory a little bit, and then it clips the things back.
All right. So this is a D. It's my roll plus 7. 7, 8, 9 damage.
9 damage. Got it. It continues its flight, but you did see a spray of feathers and a mist of blood.
Bonus action to do another one.
Quick toss. Do it again.
With disadvantage. Whatever. 6 hit. A nat 1.
No.
That's my third nat 1 this fight.
Your sliver spirals like a boomerang, hits the wall, but luckily is magically protected from damage a little bit, so it just harmlessly falls to the ground.
All right.
I'll say for natural 1, it comes dangerously close to like tumbling back down and cutting into Jiri, but Jiri dodges it.
All right, good to know.
It hits Jiri's new armor.
That's my turn. And that's all I can do.
Okay, perfect. Roulette.
I'm gonna move to here. First question: Is this does this giant look like it's still angry at us? Can I tell?
You can make an insight check with disadvantage.
Is that my action, or is that just my?
You would think it's going to take a second to. You would know, and you don't have to force yourself into this action, but you do suspect it's going to take you a few seconds to gather information, glean insight from it.
Okay, I am going to hold my action until I see if I see the giant starting to go towards us threateningly.
Okay.
My action is the spell catapult.
Okay. What are you making the target / focus? Oh my god, I know what you're doing. Never mind. Okay. Can it be worn or carried? I think catapult might not allow worn or carried things. So I might not let you Wingardium Leviosa this troll's club out of it.
Oh, I wasn't doing that.
Oh, that's okay.
But it's within range. It's not being worn or carried. Is the grappling hook being worn or carried?
I think it is functionally being carried by Alfie. That's my ruling right now. We can adjust it later if necessary in the future.
Okay.
That's so cool though. Fuck it. No, it's not being carried.
I'm gonna hold my action and catapult on the
okay.
grappling hook.
That's really
to see if he's
that's really
threatening.
cool and clever. Yep.
End of my turn.
I definitely want to reward your creativity there. So yes, that is fair game. Okay, holding your action to do so is the harpy's turn. The harpy continues to fly away, but not before a boulder is launched in its direction.
Oh, thank God.
But it misses. It misses.
Dumb giant.
Yeah, it is a very stupid, bad at martial fighting giant, and it does miss. And so the final harpy does dash, fly away, and disappear off in the distance above some of the crags and rocky terrain. The giant then looks at you all.
Trying to back away.
And it is Jiri's turn.
Ooh.
You see the whites of its knuckles increasing as it's gripping its club very tightly.
I'm gonna just walk closer, just calmly, and try to wave at it, you know what I mean, and take my sword and drop it, you know what I mean.
Okay.
To show him.
Doing that, it is aggressive and its blood pressure is up, so I'm going to give you a persuasion check with disadvantage against its wisdom.
Dun, 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 dun.
So many nat ones this.
Oh, but it's better than the wisdom.
But it is a nat 1 on an ability check. That is a failure. So as you approach, even though you drop your sword carefully and approach, you see its grip intensify, and you see its kind of body language indicating it is going to rush out at you and strike. As soon as you see, Roulette, as soon as you see its body language shift, you can go ahead and release your reaction.
Okay. So there's a 50-foot rope extending from Alfie right here, right?
Yes, that spot.
So it's 60 feet from me. So I am going to cast catapult.
Oh, beautiful! This is gonna be so cool.
On the grappling hook, not at the hill giant, but
I know
90 degrees this way.
I understand. And it's going to spiral around it. Give me the catapult works because it's not dodging this, but it might know. Actually, I still want to give it the dex save because it might avoid this situation.
That's what I was going to say, like, dex save.
But this is an
avoid
extra
getting
variable. Yes. And so is that what catapult normally triggers as a dex save on its part?
It's normally dex save DC 15.
Yeah.
Can I ask
I'm going to give it disadvantage because it did not see this thing from behind it.
Oh.
Does a 5 succeed?
No.
Is mayonnaise an instrument? This thing shoots out and it does not realize what's happening. And that grappling hook whips around it its full length and digs into its skin. I'll say roll a single d4 for the damage, and it is grappled. Not restrained, but it is grappled. Its movement speed is reduced to 0. So it takes 1 point of piercing damage as the grappling hook kind of clings mostly to the rope, but into its skin a little bit, dealing 1 damage to this thing, and it is grappled.
Do you mind using the grappling?
I can make another one. That's my reaction.
So now it is Jiri's turn, as Roulette did that as a reaction. Super
I
cool.
did.
Point of inspiration.
I think I already went, right? I moved. And I was trying to like
Yep.
Pick your sword back up.
We can just resummon.
Yeah, I guess I just summoned my sword again.
Okay. So you summon your sword and it blinks back into your hands.
Did me trying to persuade it count as my action?
I do think so, unfortunately.
Okay, so then yeah, I'm done.
Okay. It is still marked as the inspired target of your focus still.
Yep.
Toby Rama, it is your turn.
Fucking, I'll cast False Life on myself at 2nd level.
Okay.
Oh, dude, that's so annoying that it did it first. I was trying to upcast it at 2nd level. So I'm going to do this
An
now.
additional something.
So 11.
Okay, 11 temps. Got it.
I'm gonna specifically be now behind the homies. Maintaining concentration. That's my turn.
Got it. Telperion.
What direction are we trying to travel through this area? Are we going from this way?
Yeah, great question. You guys were traveling this way, and now you are trying to make it further south past this guy, essentially.
So you said one of the slivers dropped down to almost hit Jiri. So can I just scoop up?
Both of them are on the ground within 5 feet of each other.
Okay, I snag the slivers.
Okay. I'll say since they're so close, that's one interaction to grab both of them.
And that's my one interaction. Okay. I'm just gonna say, let's get out of here while it's distracted. It doesn't deserve to be hurt yet. Hurt in general. I'm just gonna dash out of here.
You are welcome to.
So I can go 70 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that why you asked that?
Yeah. Yoink. As I'm going though, with my bonus action, I'll pull Toby, who's the furthest. So let's put him in this spot.
Perfect. Very cool.
We all look at each other while like Chao Pyongyang is like 100 feet away from us already.
Yeah, you definitely see his cape flowing in the air behind him.
Dude, this is why we practice jogging.
I hate running.
That's my
Perfect. Will that do it for Telperion? Then it is Roulette's turn.
Good job, Alfie, but drop that rope and let's get out of here.
You see it like the end of the rope just like and just like it be ejected from his body, so it is limp on the floor.
I like picturing there's like a little I don't know, blade.
Oh, like a little pendulum that like cuts it off, severs it. That's cool.
If I'm correct, I think that's about his attack range because of his reach. If he doesn't move. Oh wait, no.
That is
not quite.
That is loosely-ish. It needs to be a little taller vertically, and but Yeah, it's literally 1 square more vertical. But yes, Alfie, that's a free interaction by Alfie. Actually, that's literally nothing from Alfie to drop. So.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run all the way over to here with my action dash, and then Alfie is going to do the same thing and just get a little further ahead of me down to there.
BB-8 just rolling as fast as he can.
Yes. Do I want to do any bonus action?
Well, your bonus action would really be commanding Alfie to dash, kind of, right?
Oh, true. Yes. Yeah. That is my turn.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. It's now Harpy/Giant's turn. I'm going to give him a strength check, but I'm going to give it disadvantage because the grapple is a little more than a standard, just like tying someone up.
Is the Ray of Enfeeblement still active?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he has disadvantage on this anyway. Well,
Give
functionally he doesn't, but yeah, well, yeah. The Ray of Enfeeblement is hindering his ability to. So he tries, and you're like seeing him, like his muscles tense, and he's trying to rip it off. But like as he pulls harder, he's like digging it into his own skin. So he's like resisting that. So he remains grappled, using his action and spending it. It is Jiri's turn.
DM, for fairness, does he get a save on the Ray of Enfeeblement at the end of his turn?
Yes, he super does. You're right. Which he succeeds. So then you see the rope starting to rip a little bit more after he spent his action doing that.
Terrifying.
Good work, Tobe.
All right, Jiri just runs 60 feet this way.
Okay. That'll do it for you?
Yep.
Toby.
We're skirting.
Okay.
Action.
You guys all continue to run. You do feel your constant. Is Ray of Enfeeblement concentration?
Yeah.
If it is,
yeah.
you feel that sensation no longer taking hold on the creature.
That is interesting.
Hey, Toby, you see where my arrow's ending at right now?
Yeah.
Move yourself there, please. I raise my arm up and I telekinetically pull Toby towards me.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's my big movement.
With his action, yeah, it's his bigger one. Yeah. Very cool.
Movement, once per short rest. And I can burn psi energy to do it again. And then I will move 70 feet away from it.
Okay, so you will functionally disappear off screen.
Actually, you know what? I don't want to be this. I don't need to be this far ahead because I can't help. I will move 30 feet away. I am disappearing off screen, but I would be like over here. So in case I would be like 30 feet down this way, just so I could, because I see this as the direction I'm strafing.
Okay, got it.
But like I can't even make the chime lower than that.
Right.
But anyway,
okay.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Got it. Roulette.
I'm going to run down to here. Alfie's going to be over here. I'm going to turn back to the giant and so let's see if we can get this guy a little further away. And I'm going to take my catapult thing that I still have in my hand. I'm going to clip it onto a larger version of the catapult thing. It looks like the exact same thing, just larger and more mechanical. I'm going to point it at the giant. Hand starts shaking. I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on the giant.
Hang on.
This creature.
I know. Hang on. Is this a Dunamantic spell?
No, it's in the spell. It's in the Strixhaven.
Strixhaven.
Okay. Then that's totally inbounds. Yeah, I wasn't gonna let Dunamantic spells be a part of our campaign until it's in lore a reason to be allowed. But Vortex Warp's fine if that's like scientific stuff for sure. So I don't have any idea what that spell does. Tell me about it. What do I do?
You'll do a save.
You have to make
A con save.
DC 15 con save. which you're probably gonna make anyway. I just really want to cast the spell.
I might. It's about a 50-50 chance. It is literally a 50-50 chance. He fails.
It's horrifying. Wait, could you put him
So
over
what
the edge?
happens?
No.
Oh, it has to be landed somewhere.
So we're gonna do up there. So this spot up here. So it's like my catapult spell, but in slow motion. I'm like pointing at the giant, and all of a sudden he just like, and then I just
Oh shit.
and I like spit him back out.
So he disappears momentarily 60 feet away.
No, so he goes. So he's up
90 feet
here.
from roulette.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So you shunt him over in that direction.
Yeah.
Got it. He is very confused.
That's my turn.
Okay. Anything with bonus action with Alfie? Or otherwise,
no.
did you already command him to run, or he just ran normal?
He's
or...
just down. Yeah, he's down there.
Okay. Got it. It's going to get one more strength check. Now not enfeebled. And it does break out of it. So it rips its ropes off and shreds them, and you see the catapult just go scattering, or the grappling hook end go scattering, and it's going to stand up and just start lumbering toward you all 20 feet. Beginning to make its journey toward you all. Jiri.
All right, Jiri's gonna toss. All right, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna sprint away.
Okay. Using some of that conditioning Telperion was trying to get. With
Yeah.
you dashing that way, it is not going to be able to. It'll continue to throw rocks at you guys, but it's not going to be able to catch up to you and deal damage. So we're going to say you guys continue to evade rocks away from it, but you are able to make it away from this giant successfully.
That was cool teamwork with the like just lifting and moving and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Felt for it.
Good work. Good work. Very cool. All right. You evade that encounter, successfully defending yourselves from the harpies and getting away from the hill giant.
No. I got
Whatever.
it.
I'm doing it anyway.
Bro, I wanted to cast Prayer of Healing.
You certainly still can if you'd like to.
Yeah, you can still heal me.
Okay, I didn't know how hurt everybody else was. So 12 to everyone who can take it.
I'll take one of
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
I still needed some more. I appreciate that.
I just like to refresh myself on language of these.
Up to 6 creatures of your
They
choice.
Each get 2d8 plus spellcasting. Cool. Very cool.
After like a couple hours, would we want to take like a lunch break and just short rest?
Absolutely welcome to do that as well.
Let's do that.
So you guys can go ahead and trigger a short rest.
Get everything back that I have.
I really want that action surge.
Oh, feels better. And my quick toss and my.
You're still down 1 psionic die.
No, I'm not because I recovery before the short rest.
Well, you're down your ability to recover. No, you're not down that either. Damn.
I didn't get to use any of my cape charges either. That's what I would have been down. Nor could I.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'll do a
That is
single
so
hit die
funny.
for my last 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So trigger any of your hit dies that were spent to heal if necessary. Otherwise, you guys can take your lunch break, eat some stuff, short rest, and then continue on a number of more hours. And then we will get to our roll of the 6 on the die. You guys are able to complete your day's journey successfully. You feel like you've made legitimate progress through these mountains, and you are able to set up camp. You set up your large 4-person tent. You get your whole camping ground squared away. And let me go to a different song for this. But as you're sleeping overnight, or as you're bedding down, and you guys can let me know if you want to have any conversations or discussions, etc. But as you bed down for the night, you notice a bright yellow spot in the sky. In Telperion specifically, you know this to be Almeida, the yellow amber moon, the Eye of Almeida, it's called, the amber moon, which is the smallest and most fleeting of Ara's 4 different moons. And you all have difficulty sleeping that night, trancing, sleeping, or otherwise. And over the course of this long rest, you can recover your normal long rest capabilities like normal, although you do not gain any hit die back. And I would like everyone to, I should have done this first, but everyone give me a DC 10 Constitution saving throw.
This is while we're sleeping.
It's as you're bedding down and overnight, yes.
Woo! Rolled exactly a 10, plus 5, 15.
Success. Looks like we're still waiting for Telperion. Success. So you all succeed. You know that it was a harsh night of sleep, and for whatever reason, that moon, its appearance, Telperion knows is fleeting, and it can sometimes be an ill omen. But you all still are able to push past the night's rest. Additionally, before we did that, I should have also said that for the course of that day's travel, I want everyone to make an athletics check to see how they fare with the mountains travel. And you all do get advantage on this because you gathered sufficient supplies for travel.
Ooh.
So everyone give me an athletics check with advantage.
Or 2 9s.
2 nat 20s.
What? 9.
Oh my god, 19 and a 0.
I know, that is very funny. Okay, so everyone does not feel exhausted. You do not suffer a level of exhaustion from the day of travel. And you do not suffer any additional ill effects because you were all hardy enough to make it through that strange night of sleep.
Just no hit die back.
Just no hit dies back.
I feel like as we went to bed, I would have told everyone a story about Almeida.
Yeah, and if you wanted to, you could tell them that there are 4 moons of Ara. The largest prime white moon, which is the primary moon, that one that's tidally locked to this world, is Selenix, and that one is the one that is considered Sehanin's domain. She quote unquote resides within its light. But there's Almeida, the amber golden moon, which is small and fleeting. And then there's the blue moon, Thalessa, and the red moon, Sanaki. All of those moons float and orbit in different spans. But the one that's tidally locked, that gives the world its monthly cycle, is Selenix, the primary large white moon. Sanaki. I'll throw those all in chat here, actually. Almeida is the golden, Sanaki is the red, Thalessa is the blue, and the prime moon, the white, is Selenix. And that one is, for our understanding, probably in the sky looks twice as large as our earthly moon. It's a bit larger. And the red and blue moon are loosely the size of our earthly moon, and Almeida is much smaller.
Yuri is gonna ask. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Oh, all I was saying is Almeida, an Elvish name for it. The spelling just makes me think that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really. These are all the common names for them.
Okay.
You might know additional Elvish language for them.
It was just the spelling that made me ask. No, nothing though.
Yeah, if that was Elven, I guess it would be Almetha, but that it is a hard D.
Oh, Almeida, got it. Okay, thank you.
Yuri's gonna ask why they're different colors.
And
I feel like
Telperion is not
Telperion-
sure.
Oh, would he not have
it's
Elvish
you-
lore reason? Like he wouldn't know the literal.
Sure, yeah, you may have a very well, in which you could make up if you want right now how your culture has learned of the moons. But yeah, you even recognize and acknowledge that those are rumors and myth, and no one's sure why they necessarily take after different colors.
Before there was 4 moons, they were all born from the same god. Sehanine, and the full moons are all sisters. And I would start making up a story about how Mira was the like rogue one, and then like I would just make up a story about why they turned colors that the elves tell themselves.
Very cool.
Jiri is very entertained with story time.
Awesome. All right. Well, after that, other than the hit die not recovering, which is the only penalty there, you are able to wake up on Fredas, the 17th of Sun's Dusk, and set out for another day of travel.
I gotta pee like crazy.
We can do another mini bio break. I'm fine with that.
Fredos 17th.
Yep. 17th, Friday the 17th. Oh, that's not Friday the 13th. That's the weird one.
I got a dog to dislodge. All right, Arch. We always like doing the reveal of the dog. If I could. Yeah.
He's just like a fanny pack, a fanny pack lap warmer.
He is such a little lap warmer.
Okay, I am super rethinking the spells I prepare.
Well, you can feel free to do that, obviously, over long rest.
Yeah, I just did that out. Yeah, I was planning a bunch of like, oh, maybe it'll help us get through the mountains things, and then combat came. I'm like, the only thing I think I can do is vampiric touch. Oh,
Still good to have a third level concentration thing that you can keep tapping.
yeah.
All right, I can delete that encounter now. Maybe I'll keep it just in case. But...
So, Critter, for future reference for that spell, Vortex Warp, I've looked this up. It literally says to an unoccupied space, but it has to be on stable ground or in...
You can't teleport into the air and let it drop, or into lava or something.
It says into liquid.
It says onto stable ground or into liquid?
Or into liquid.
Okay, then lava's probably fair game, and so is dropping something into an ocean, but not into air, triggering a fall at the very least.
No, it's on a surface or in a liquid that can support the target without the target having to squeeze.
That can support the target is interesting, because that would...
The way that I interpret that is like, you can't put it onto like a tree branch. Like I can't put a giant onto a tree branch and then have him just fall. Like I have to put him on stable ground.
Yeah, but a liquid that can support it, if that's modifying that language too, it's just like, does that mean as long as it's like buoyant enough that it can...
Hold on, I'll look this up.
It must be on a surface or in a liquid that can support the target without the target having to squeeze. That can support the target is a weird language.
To the internet.
I'm
Dude, this is a
trying.
cool spell.
I'm trying to work on logo, 4 Winds logo ideas.
Ooh, that's cool. Chosen space must be on surface or in a liquid. It can support the target. Yeah, it's obviously not going to probably come up today. We should get on the same page of that before you drop it in lava, just to make sure I agree with that course of action.
This is
That
what the
can
little
support the
logos
target.
on the ring look like. I forgot to show you
Oh,
guys.
yay!
So they like go in different directions, and there's like 3 kind of wind lines.
Very cool.
Oh, I forgot my water.
That can support the target. Or in a liquid that can support it. I'm leaning toward water and lava's fair game.
What about ice?
What?
It breaks the
That's
ice.
fair game too. That's a solid enough stable ground that it's like its weight might well, that can support it at least temporarily. It trouncing around, like you would probably shunt it there and it wouldn't immediately break the ice,
But then
but
starting
as
to
it tried to
trudge.
move, if it was shunted into the middle of a fragile lake and it started to move, then it might suffer a penalty.
I'm not looking at the wording of the spell right now, but if you're moving them into a liquid, would that assume it would be shallow and they would be standing on ground inside the liquid, or?
I don't think so. The
look it up.
wording
I'll look
of
it
it,
up.
just because it's liquid, I lean toward you can drop something in water.
I would say whatever the ruling is with water should apply to lava.
I agree. I agree.
I'll research.
I love that spell because you can use it on yourself for safety, or
You
just
can't.
like, oh, you can't. Oh, but
Can't.
allies for safety.
Yeah, you can't use it on yourself.
Is lava a viscous liquid or an amorphous solid?
It is outlined in Water Walk as viable.
So it's liquid.
I would say so.
Okay,
Isn't
so it's
the
more
point
of
of
a
magma
viscous
that it's-
liquid.
It's a semi-solid, right? Because it's not, and it depends on like where you are in the mantle, right? Like how liquid
Sure,
it is
yeah.
compared to how solid.
Well,
it is.
yeah, and
Like, in
then you get there's
an
like
in-between
Pahoy
thing.
Hoy, which is really runny, and there's which is more sludgy. So that's also a factor, I guess.
This
But
is
yeah, I guess based on that's super cool looking.
that's an idea. It's like almost looks like a wing, but it also almost looks like an antler, and like
Or
it would
feather.
it would be just like a single gold piece, and so like the insides would be like see through, obviously, and it would just be like a cool pin or something. That's my first idea.
I love that as the antler part of that looks so cool. Or thinking of it as that, because the F could look so much like either.
And I think the idea is that it then like implies this line that I just drew to make it a wing for like flying on the winds.
Or a feather also. To me, it reminded me of a feather
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
It's like a
It
bug wing
evokes a
almost.
lot of it evokes a lot of different types of imagery with a single F. So definitely well done.
I was thinking about trying to throw a W in there, but I don't know that that's necessary.
That'd be hard.
Okay. So as you guys begin your now second day of travel, who rolled? Was it Telperion and Roulette rolled so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jiri or Toby Rama, who wants to roll first?
Toby, you go first. I'll do second.
Okay. I rolled an 8.
Okay, noted.
Fuck.
And Jiri rolled a 1.
Shit.
Okay.
I don't know how to feel.
Okay, with a 1, which resolves first. You guys continue your trek, and eventually you come across what looks like what was possibly a battlefield. There are a couple people that seem to be slain, along with one larger creature that has many arms. As you draw closer, even passively, you suspect the slain 5 warriors here were likely Terra core. There is a blue dragonborn, a Furbolg woman, a Tabaxi woman, an ape-featured shifter, and a hobgoblin that are all slain on the ground, and the corpse of a strange troll-like creature. But its features are leaner than a troll and more aggressive and hooked and angry. Almost hag-like in a weird way, with long graying hair and, again, the 4 clawed arms. A very fiendish face and bright red, lifeless eyes. I would say Telperion could give me a nature check if there's any chance he knows what this is. Or history. You can choose nature or history.
What a waste of a nat 20. But it was a nat 20.
Okay, you
So
suspect...
24 or 25 for nature, or 25
Sure.
for investigation, or 25.
You
for
suspect this creature is a Dragloth, which is unique in that it's its base form of a Dragloth is actually a drow elf that has been warped by dark magics and Lolth's influence and did not take on a more spidery appearance, but something else entirely wilder. What that does indicate, though, is whether you don't know where this figure could have come from, but if this was someone dwelling within the mountains that was transformed or magically influenced over time, that means Udinil might be up in these mountain ranges too. Perhaps the mountain range, since they stretch all the way northward to Belladonia, perhaps the Bridlebanes aren't distinctly Villian territory. Maybe there's some kind of no man's land where they're obviously more in Chimeras, but people could filter down into the mountains from Belladonia to the north as well. So perhaps it's not wild to assume Udinil might travel these lands as well from just a very different geographical direction.
We loot everything.
Are we interested in asking any of these slain any questions?
Asking
really
them
good
questions?
Yeah.
Are there more of these monsters?
The first thing I was going to do was going to be to check the possessions to see if there was anything that would indicate some, like, who they were, things we should take back to the Terracol. Name tags specifically, like, sewn on the auto. But that would save us. I mean, we could do that still, but that would get us a lot of information.
Toby, how are you going to talk to dead people?
I can.
The trick is getting them to answer.
I can use my magic to, I guess I would say, access their brain, because their souls have moved on, most likely, and they won't be able to, like, learn anything. They will just be able to parrot to us things that they might have known.
Well, yeah, you should definitely ask them.
Let's plan some questions.
What were they doing here? Who are they? What are they doing here?
As you guys are considering questions to ask a potential corpse with some strange magic Toby indicates could give answers for, Telperion, give me an investigation check as you're looking over the bodies like you said you were going to.
Okay.
I'm going to just start ritually casting Detect Magic.
Okay.
10 on investigation.
Okay, you definitely see a scattering of footprints throughout this space. You notice that the underside of this Dragloth creature seems to have been burned, but in some way, but none of the creatures around you, none of the travelers have torches or anything, so you're not sure where that fire could have come from. You also, though, notice that the fire very clearly did not deeply damage this thing. It must have been resistant to heat in some way. But was affected by it. You also notice, again, there's many footprints around, but you're not quite able to track any meaningful insight from their movements.
Can I tell what? I mean, it probably looks like the bodies were torn by its claws or whatever, but can I tell what killed it?
That's correct. You can tell that similarly damage or weapon damage just battle slew this creature as it did with the rest of the people that are here.
Okay. I'm going to let them be in charge of the contact, and at this point I want to start being a little, start looking to see if there's anything useful we can find.
What types of corpses were there? What were the slain?
There is blue dragonborn man, a furbolg woman, a tabaxi woman, an ape featured shifter man, and a hobgoblin man.
Any of these
all Villian.
Yeah. Any of these think would be the least startled to see a Udinil?
Oh, that's a good point.
Maybe the shifter?
Does this look recent? None of the bodies are terribly decomposed.
It does look recent, not terribly composed, freshly, like the viscera is pretty fresh in the air, the scent. All the armor is sundered, and you could gain 2 short swords throughout this fight, but arrow shafts and bows are broken. Not much useful amongst the immediate fray here.
Toby, there's there's a solid chance they might even recognize us. It was a month ago that we beat the gauntlet, so there's a chance. I don't think you need to worry about startling them.
Well, maybe ask them questions.
I'm gonna
first
ask the Dragonborn on the off chance it was a member of the Metamorphi, and see if he was going up there or coming down for a reason from the mountains.
Okay.
I will.
So tell us how you are casting the spell and what happens.
I will start moving the body around and get it into like a restful, arms crossed on its back position. And whereas Toby might normally clasp his hand around his archery glove and his holy symbol, he will firmly grasp the medallion hanging from his neck. And silver mists will drift off from Toby, and if like the Dragonborn's laying flat, a like silver mist outline of him like floats up and stands in front of us.
Very cool. And so now the silvery mist translucent form of what was once a living Dragonborn now stands before you. With just white eyes, no indication of pupils.
The creature
drifts there before you.
The creature that slew you. How many were there?
It was one of its kind.
I feel like that hurt.
Actually, wasn't that bad.
Why was your party in the mountains?
We are Terragor, protecting travelers and citizens alike.
What was your destination?
I just want to phrase this correctly.
A simple tour around these mountain peaks and back to the capital.
Do you know of a preferred path to the Metamorphi?
I do not.
Is there anything you would like brought back to Corital?
News of bandits in these lands.
And then it will...
And as soon as that, the mist just literally just dissolves into the space around it.
I think it does.
We didn't hear any of that. Right?
I'm looking at that right now.
That's a great question.
Until the spell ends, you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. The corpse know only what it knew in life, including the languages it knew. Answers are usually cryptic. Spell doesn't return the creature's soul.
I think it would say only.
It doesn't say that, so I would think not.
Well, I actually disagree. I think I've seen Critical Role. Matt flavors this as only the cleric knew, but it doesn't say that. I think this happens in plain sight of everyone.
That's what I'm saying. I'd say if it only happened for me, it would specify that.
Agreed, yes. Also, further aided by Baldur's Gate, where I know when you do that, it shows it for everyone can look at that dialogue. So,
true.
Oh, bandits. Tapirian, did you see any tracks? Bandit tracks anywhere?
Yeah, I see lots of tracks, but they all seem like they're from the fight. And also, these corpses haven't been looted.
Also, bandits in the area. I should have maybe asked about Udinel or Villian. Because if it's Udinel bandits, that might explain this misshapen drow monstrosity.
That goes in line with what I was thinking.
Detect magic is up.
Yes, you're able to successfully complete that. Unfortunately, other than what is on you guys, nothing magical rings out in the space around you.
Do these look like scouts? Like armor-wise?
They do. I would say 4 of them look like scouts that have armor that aligns with, and you're familiar with the Terracor, weirdly, surprisingly, are able to always know each other without having an iconic color palette. There's no very standard heraldry. They just know who is Terracor and who is not. One of the people, specifically the 8-featured shifter person, does not necessarily look like they're adorned for similar attire, and maybe not even a part of this Terracor party.
Maybe the escort he was speaking of.
Might be the bandit.
Might be the bandit.
Well, didn't he say they were doing a tour? Maybe this was the person that we were.
Yeah, right. That or the bandit. I wonder if the bandits would have made off with anything. I'm glad there's only one of these creatures.
I think that maybe they found the bandits taking the news back, and then this creature waylaid them. Because it's obvious, like, the battle was here with this thing, so they may have been going back with that news.
As long as we're not about to get jumped by 3 of those creatures, I'd say we move on.
Keep on tracking.
I guess I want to look at the creature.
Shouldn't we do something about these bandits, though?
Well, we'd have to find them first.
I mean, I think this is very Terracor, like this is kind of what they do. They were probably much better suited to traveling these mountains and rooting out bandits up here. So I think we just need to make sure we bring back this news.
At Jiri saying, should we find the bandits, I'm going to pull out Moby 3 and just have him go 30 feet up, do just a perimeter, just to see if anything is out there.
Okay, give me a perception check for Moby 3.
I have a question on this, because I modeled, I basically like created a mechanical bat in the form of like a small little sphere. It gets advantage on perception checks that rely on hearing. I don't think
that would not apply here in this particular check. You can definitely feel free to ask me every time, because that may apply sometimes. It doesn't apply in this particular situation.
Okay, it's just +1. It's this +1.
Moby drones through the air, not gleaming any particular peripheral information that is helpful in that regard.
Is there anything we should do with these bodies to be respectful? We don't really have time to stop and bury them, but also imagine this: we walk back, we go to the king and the Terracor, we say, "Hey, we found some of your people dead. We left them on the mountainside to rot."
Couldn't we just message them?
Not today, but I could do that tomorrow. That might be worthwhile.
We could at least move them off the main path and get them to the side or something. I don't think
we don't really have anything to shovel with anyway. Could we?
I'd say we just move them off to the side and I don't know, at least hide them from view for a little bit. I don't think we need to do a full burial service right now.
Do we want to try to start a fire? That also wouldn't really sustain itself long enough.
No.
Without us staying here.
I'd rather not burn these bodies because that's not something you can take back. if they have some other sort of ritual or something they like to do.
Okay, well, let's move them. But I do want to just check out the creature one more time. Now that I know it was a drow, and it looked like.
And it is far from the form of a drow now. You just historically know stories of followers of Lolth, or sometimes followers of the Seldarin that are cursed by Lolth, can sometimes take on drastically exaggerated feral features and abomination forms, depending on various circumstances. But thing just no longer resembles a drow whatsoever. You just know that is what this thing once was.
Well, maybe we've done all we can here.
Unfortunately, I think that is the case.
On we go then.
Doesn't sit well with me, but okay.
Okay. So as you guys debate a little bit and then move on, you will proceed the final couple hours of this day, and we will tackle the other role. Everyone give me an athletics check, again with advantage, to see if you have become exhausted from this day of travel.
I don't suppose a 1 minute act of guidance would allow me to add a d4 to this.
No, this is over the course of the entire day. This one check represents the whole day.
Hey!
Once again, I believe all of you successfully. You guys are all pretty sturdy. You guys are it's draining, but you guys' short rests and long rests so far have been everything you need to retain your sensibilities and capabilities, etc. And eventually, I'll go back to the more normal music. It's no longer supposed to be eerie. You eventually, as it's getting evening and the sun's far, far in the west, starting to get a little more orange in coloration and the day is concluding, you start to begin your typical search for spots that could be valuable for setting up camp. And then you see a thin trail of lazy smoke just drifting up into the air a ways ahead. Maybe you suspect, based on the elevation changes and stuff, you suspect maybe 10 minutes ahead.
So 10 minutes of trekking, we see a thin thing of smoke.
Maybe a little more than 10 minutes. Roughly a mile away, you see this thin, dark smoke, likely from a campfire.
If we get, let's say, maybe walk a couple more minutes closer, I think I can just kind of see what the source of that is from a vast distance.
I'd rather know my neighbor out here than to have them stumble into our camp in the middle of the night.
I agree with that. Let's we approach carefully, I guess, and Toby, whatever.
Once I like feel comfortable that we're like within a mile of the smoke, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna pull up my crystal ball that I got from Mirage, and I'm gonna cast clairvoyance, and I'm gonna think to place the like point of it like further down from where I think the smoke trail is coming from.
Okay. You try and do so using this magical capability, trying to reach out and place this sensor out ahead of you. And unfortunately, because the location you are intending to place it is not familiar to you
or
do
in an
not
obvious
sense it
location
take
that is
hold.
unfamiliar to you. An obvious location?
It's not within sight, so I still don't think that's familiar or obvious.
I was gonna say, Toby, why don't we get closer? We can just get closer, and then a couple 100 feet out, you could do it. Maybe you could see them. You could also fly.
It also
up.
says like around a corner for unfamiliar. Like I'm saying, like they're gonna be below the line of sight.
I would say that's reasonable, but you're not that close.
Let's go get like 100 feet away.
Okay.
We approach slowly.
I'm gonna start once we start getting like close enough that we might even like start hearing voices. I'm gonna hang back, be like, "Good luck, everybody."
Okay.
Is it like densely wooded in front of us, or is it like a trail?
There are woods periodically throughout this entire forest, sparsely, but thin pines that definitely can occlude vision a bit, and then just natural changes in the topography and stuff. You begin to approach, and you definitely start getting to that point where you're like, if we press on past this point, we are either going to very quickly learn visual information or potentially reveal our own presence. So this would be you're maybe 200 to 300 feet away from where you see the source of this lazy drift plume of smoke rising into the air from in the forest. And this is kind of the moment where you suspect, all right, if we want to pursue or proceed rather, we should slow footsteps if we don't want to give our positioning away.
And we have no line of sight on them right now.
No line of sight yet.
I mean, we can start sneaking forward a little bit if we want, and try and get a line of sight on whatever we're looking at.
I'd like to hang back. I'm just gonna give you your position away, but I don't want to be. I'm not gonna. But try not to go too far in case you get into trouble. I don't want to be too far in case you start a fight on accident or something.
Yeah, I'll stick with Talperion to make sure he stays safe.
Thank you, Jerry.
You hang out with Alfie too, and I'll leave Alfie behind. I'm just gonna start walking forward, trying to be quiet.
Okay. Give me a stealth check, Roulette, if you're functioning as the scout.
I'll pat you on the back and give you a D4.
Are you going to, Toby, or are you staying?
I'm gonna stay.
I'll be right back. I'll go see if it looks like welcome to Bandit Camp or something like that.
See if they have a sign. Roll your D4.
8.
Okay. So you proceed about 100 feet, 150 feet, and then you finally get to a cliff face where you can see down into the trees a bit more, and you very clearly see a group of 5 individuals around a campfire. And now that you're close enough, you're also hearing audible information as well. These individuals are very clearly joking around, swapping stories, exchanging some ales that they have brought in containers and such. They're just it's 5 individuals from this range. You can't tell more detail from them about them, but it's just 5 people around a campfire in the woods. And as you creep up on that cliff face, you do dislodge a small stone that trickles down, drops, and kind of goes into their direction. But you're a little too far to see if they particularly looked up and alert.
I can't tell if it's 5 dudes or angry men or.
I would say give me a perception check. It's going to be somewhat high DC to get specific information, but.
I would be specifically, and before you answer that, Unil or Villian is what is my first
that was exactly what I was about to give you. Was it seems like these are Villian. You see just simple leathers and armors, but you see odd shapes of their physicalities that you're I don't think those are Udinil.
I'm just gonna backtrack to the group.
Okay.
I don't think these are bandits unless they're talking about Villian bandits, but it seems like these are a bunch of Villian folk.
They could be bandits still.
I don't know. Like you said, I'd rather know who we're sleeping near or sleeping next to. Wouldn't mind sharing a campfire with some other folks.
We could just go say hi, and if they try to kill us to steal our stuff, we'll just
run
fight
away.
Them. Well, I don't think this is like the giant where we can just escape. I think if we go, we are either gonna, I don't know, they could follow us or something nefarious if they don't turn out to be good people.
That's very true. I think we'd be okay.
I do too. Jerry, Toby.
Let's go for it.
No stealth, just walk on up.
Introduce ourselves. Maybe they're friends.
I'm quite hesitant. What sort of a daylight left are we looking at? Any?
It's getting close. Yeah, it's dimming by the minute, but I would say you probably have a solid 30 minutes left of rough daylight before it starts to be dim enough where firelight is required.
I just think the chances of them seeing Udinil walking up, not knowing us, thinking we're easy prey for them to steal stuff while we're sleeping or something, I think that's kind of high, kind of likely.
Well, then I'd say we probably should push on for another half hour as long as there's daylight, so we could put some serious distance.
That's my thought process.
Or we do the crown a favor and we kill the bandits in the hills.
Yeah, if they're bandits, we kill them. If they're friendly, we say hi.
Yeah. Okay.
They've got a big fire. They probably want people to come say hi to them.
Yeah. I've been convinced.
So are we thinking walk up to them and introduce ourselves?
Prior to that, I'm gonna have Moby 3 like trailing to the side.
Okay.
8 is up. You guys all have 5 more hit points.
Woo! Thank you. All right, yeah, let's investigate.
Okay. So as you proceed to make your way toward that group of campfire chilling individuals, you begin to scale the cliff decline and toward them. And by the time you get close enough to them, maybe 60 feet away or so, you do see all of them standing, looking in your direction, as now that they have potentially been alerted previously and now are expecting the arrival of something. You guys come into this clearing, and all right, it's okay, guys. Don't worry about it. We thought you might be some monster we might have to fend off. Thank goodness. Oh my goodness, they're Udinil. What in the world? You see the person talking is this tall, like 6'4" muscular figure, and you see he has tusks coming out the bottom of his jaw. If you didn't identify him as some other feral features that indicate Villian, you might assume he was an orc. But he actually does have pointed ears and some other minor shaped features that indicate he's probably Villian of some regard as well. Perhaps a shifter, like many are, that look very humanoid. And around him there's a tiger tabaxi man, a kind of coyote thin looking woman, and 2, at first startling if you hadn't seen some throughout Corital, but 2 serpentine figures. One seems to be a burly man whose entire torso and up is literally the shape and face of a snake, and seems to be a Yuanti Malison, who you've seen throughout Corital, this type of individual. And the other person at his side is similarly serpentine in features, but looks much more humanoid. A woman who looks human, except slits for her eyes, slits for her nose, some very exaggerating and off-putting serpentine features, but is otherwise humanoid. But there are these 4 or 5 individuals at this camp, and they welcome you, and it seemed to be eased by your presence, confused that you're Udinil and what you're doing in these lands, but were ready, and like you could see them grasping for weapons and stuff and loosening their grip as you approach, since you were not some monster they needed to fend off. And this tusked individual steps forward and says, "Well, what are Udinil people doing in our lands? Don't see Udinil around here often. I'm Dune, by the way."
Dune.
Wonder if he knows.
Toby will step forward and say, "My name's Toby Rama, and I will say, yes, Udinil, but you're also in the presence of the champions of the Goldmaw Gorge Gauntlet. The Gauntlet at Goldmaw Gorge."
You hear that, lads? And they all just start laughing, and yeah, fucking right.
We didn't get like a trophy or anything, did we?
We got a sword from Steam.
Yeah, I got the sword.
Have you not been to Corital lately then?
No, we just kind of fend for ourselves out here. Don't have the coin to facilitate living in the freaking capital, but we travel throughout the Amaran occasionally, and sometimes up here, wherever our hunt takes us. But while you guys are out here, are you hoping to
pass through the night. Looks like sun's getting low. Are you all interested in sharing a campfire for the night?
I think that would be a wise idea.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind if we set up our tent somewhere at least nearby, and more eyes watching around for whatever comes out of these woods.
Have you seen
For
monsters?
sure. Have we seen monsters?
Yeah, you were worried about one coming up to you.
We fought a wyvern 2 days ago that almost took us out, but otherwise we've just been kind of poking along, avoiding bears and otherwise.
Those chimeran wyverns are nasty.
They are indeed.
Oh wait, are those the ones we took out 2 of those, didn't we? The
Just
poisons?
the one. Just the one.
Oh right. Dune was the one that would like shoot the poison and kind of big long spindly tail.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the wyverns here, I think, are, if I'm told correctly, are a bit different than wyverns elsewhere, but
Quite.
So, Dune, what do you guys hunt for? Like, what are you looking for right now?
it's not necessarily a hunt that we're all participating in as some goal. It's just like day by day, whatever we need, you know. We actually managed to take down an elk earlier today, and we're cooking it up right now. If you guys want any.
We don't want to take your food. We have some rations ourselves, but we appreciate the offer.
Even better. Neighbors that I can get along with. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, I'm happy to, we can swap stories or however you like, but we'll probably keep to ourselves and take a couple watches throughout our ranks overnight. But let us know if you guys need anything or want to congregate or what have you.
We'll leave someone on watch too, so watch people can wave to each other every once in a while.
Sounds good enough to me. All right.
Y'all live out here in the woods. You ever make it, I guess, further up the mountain towards Alethier Peak?
Mount Alethier? No, we've never tried to go up as high as the peak. If our hunt takes us too high up in the mountains, we'll just double back down. I think this is probably the highest elevation we've gone in some time. We're probably due to make our way southward or westward into the forest.
You've been camped here for a while?
Just for the day. We've been up here in this terrain for the last half a day or so and caught the elk, and now we're cooking that up, and we'll probably head back down tomorrow.
While they're talking, I just want to be looking around for signs of like mismatching items. I'm wondering if they're bandits. I'm trying to see what's the quality of their tent.
Sure.
Is something super shit quality and then someone has a really great sword, or trying to see.
Gotcha. Okay. Give me if you're looking for looking at objects to glean information, give me investigation. If you're looking at individuals, I would want that to be insight.
Currently just investigating stuff.
Okay.
21.
21's very good. You definitely do catch mismatching equipment. For example, maybe one person's tent is really fine leather and one's a piece of shit, and maybe one has a gleaming, beautifully unused scimitar, but another one has 2 of the same kind that are more damaged. Even with that, though, nothing that specifically indicates, mismatched in terms of looted off other people. It's just a ragtag of ramshackle gear and such. The most notable thing you notice is that the coyote looking woman, who has very simple rag garb on, is all the others have kind of at Dune's interaction with you you've seen their level of tenseness and stress diminish, and they're settling back down onto the logs they were sitting on or hovering around the fire again. That coyote woman is grasping a torch very close to her chest and seems nervous. And she has not spoken a word since you guys have been here.
Okay.
So Jiri will bring up the bandits and he'll say,
So we've heard that there's bandits around. You guys might want to watch out.
Very well. And he kind of eyes you curiously.
You could actually give me an insight, Jiri, as you say that, and you're looking at his face as you do so.
I want to keep eyeing the coyote lady when that's said.
With an 11, which is just above a base 10, you see him like suddenly be like curious by your suggestion, in that he's like, you get the sense that he's like, well, what if you're bandits? And so you actually see a little bit of a more reserved shift in his demeanor, but he doesn't otherwise react in any specific way.
Okay, I'll just try to reassure him. Yeah, we're just, looking out for you guys. We don't want you guys to get unaware in case you run across
Very well.
bandits.
Well, what do you Udanil travelers, what are you doing in these parts? It's a bit further south than any we've come across in the past.
Me personally, I'm climbing up to the top of the mountain, and then I'm gonna try to jump off of the mountain. I gotta learn how to fly, you see.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a great way to learn how to fly. You do that. Good luck. More power to you. I'm not going to stop you.
We actually do have an errand set by the king. We've been in Corytall for a little while, actually.
Hang on. You said you did the gauntlet. Sure, I believe you. But also now you're saying you are tasked with something by the king, the Beast King, as Udanil?
Yeah, King Mordecai sent us to go visit the Metamorphi.
What are the Metamorphi?
This guy doesn't know what's going on.
We had a close friend who knew the king, made us an introduction. We've done a few favors for him. He's doing a few favors for us.
Huh. Weird. All right, well, we won't know each other more than tomorrow's journey apart, I guess. So I'll just choose to believe you for now. So
All right.
no hair off my back. What'd you say?
To a safe night, then.
Megavonin.
To a safe night.
Megavonin.
Megavonin. He doesn't respond to that. I was just saying that to myself. Okay, and then you guys are able to make camp nearby-ish, however close you guys are comfortable with proximity, and they will do the same.
Honestly, I want to be like 20 feet away. I want to be so close we can hear them.
Okay.
Again, I say that to you guys.
Sure.
As we are walking.
Okay. So functionally, roughly the same campsite if it's 20, 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they've got a couple tents set up. You'll set up your bigger 4-person tent, but functionally it'll all be within, very close distance of each other. But that sounds good. You guys is anything you want to do before you get a long rest?
Definitely make a campfire, because we're going to need someone sitting outside it.
Oh, well, you have the brazier thing, don't you?
Well, that's for inside the tent.
Oh, okay.
Keep the interior warm, and then a campfire for somebody to have light while they're keeping watch.
Oh, I get to tell a story tonight.
Sure. I think it's important we know we're very careful about our watch order tonight.
I'm gonna just take out Moby 3 and just instruct Moby 3 to do a 25-foot 15-foot radius around the tent the entire night. If he sees anyone that's not one of our party approaching, or hears anyone approaching, to alert me immediately.
Okay, so to alert you if he sees anything suspicious.
Yeah.
Got it.
I don't have an alarm.
Like usual, I'll do the last 4 hours of the watch.
Okay, I was wondering if you wanted to start with watching or end with watching.
I think if anything was to happen, it would happen in the latest hours of the night. And with just my dark vision and ability to kind of pay attention,
I would say I am more perceptive, so I was thinking opposite, actually. So I was thinking I would do later shift.
So you'll do the last 2 then?
Yeah, I would say last 2, and then we'll waste, let's say, an extra 2 hours to get me a long rest and have a late start to the day.
Well, you could sleep now, 6 hours, then you do the last 2. So either one of you two does the first 2, I'll do the middle 4, you do the last 2.
Deal.
You could even double up.
Oh.
Jerry, Roulette, do you want to both keep each other awake for the first two?
Yeah, we might want to do it together.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
And then Alfie and Moby 3 can both be hanging out the whole time too.
Moby 3's coming around the whole time.
Right, and then Alfie as well.
I don't know if Alfie has to sleep. I don't think he does.
I don't think he does.
No.
Okay, let's do it. And Jerry has a story for us.
Yeah, I guess he probably doesn't. I don't know if that's ever come up before. Okay, so who's doing first watch? Is it a combination or one person or?
Me and Jerry. Or Jerry, did
You and
want to
Jerry
finish
both.
Yeah, we'll do the first one.
Okay. So both of you guys, I guess, give me perception checks over the course of you're both occupying a 2-hour time span
Or
with this.
can I
first
just
watch.
like help a roulette with that?
Absolutely, you can. Yeah, you can give her advantage.
Hey.
20 is very good. Over the course of 2 hours, and you guys can let me know if you want to interact or converse in any way over the course of this 2
do.
hours. But okay, so but over the course of these 2 hours, you guys are keeping an eye out. You don't hear any snaps of twigs or otherwise signs of creatures lurking in the dark. You keep an eye on the nearby campfire. It seems that their leader Dune seems to just feel free to let everyone else sleep, and he's intending to take their first watch. So he's the one 20 feet away, 30 feet away, watching. We'll occasionally give you guys a nod if you guys catch eyes, but otherwise the watch goes by successfully and uneventfully.
Let me tell you about this dream I had 2 nights ago. You were in it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was crazy. We were all fighting each other, but you stood out the most to me because you were really scary in this dream. And
scary. Oh.
yeah, I was terrified of you. And you could breathe lightning. It was Don't do that, Roulette. I'm nervous. This is the first time I've ever done watch before.
I'm sorry. What was that you said? Right? I apologize. I what?
You breathed lightning. It was crazy. And I just want to tell you about that because this dream I had, it reminded me of some of the abilities that I had. I forgot that I could shoot lightning out like this.
And I like show her my like.
As soon as
My
you do that,
electric-
you see Dune stand up very quickly and grab a weapon at his side. And then as nothing happens, he slowly sits back down.
Oh, whoopsies. But anyways, yeah, I forgot I could do that. And now I remembered I could. I don't know. Just something to think about. Do you think dreams could tell? Like, do you think dreams are real, Roulette?
Have you been talking to Toby?
No.
Dreams. I don't know. I mean, as much as much science as my dad taught me, biology was never like something I cared for. So I don't really know, how we dream, why we dream. Maybe it is for different people. People can tell the future. People can see parts of the world they've never even been to just by thinking of it. And I don't know. Maybe Orin dreams are a bit more than just idle thoughts.
Maybe. But yeah, I just want to tell you about that dream. It was pretty cool. And you were pretty badass in it.
That sounds. Roulette's like stuttering this entire time. She's you have clearly shaken her. That's interesting. Let me show you this, and I immediately change the subject to something I'm working on with relation to my
Can
my catapult
Insight
spell.
check her real quick just to like see if
Yeah,
I can like
for
kind of
sure.
guess why she's stuttering.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is kind of cold out. Ring Roulette.
Jesus. Sorry. What did you say? Sorry.
He's stuttering.
He's asking you if you're like
Or like, maybe it's like, yeah, I'm nervous too, Roulette. it's scary doing watch. It's more fun to just sleep.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been back up in the mountains for so long. I don't know. Maybe the thin air is kind of starting to get to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little cold. And I'll scooch closer to the fire, and I will open up my notebook and immediately just start talking at you about plans I'm making. Also, Critter, I'm starting to sketch a new idea.
Okay,
I will text you about it.
that sounds awesome. Cool. So you guys are able to successfully complete your watch. Roulette, with your 20 perception, you also indicate that over the course of that watch, Dune also kind of walked over to an ally of his, the Yuanti Malison, the burly snake-like man, kind of kicked him a little bit and shook him awake, and that person joined him on watch. This is after Jiri's electric whip.
Ooh, 2v2.
Now knowing that you guys have some version of magical capabilities clearly put them on higher alert. But otherwise, your watch completes successfully. Are you both going to bed and waking up Telperion?
Yep.
Yeah, go wake up Telltale.
All right. Telperion's groggy.
Yeah, so I feel like this hasn't happened very often, but being stirred from your trance is certainly not a pleasant phenomenon.
I'm just realizing it's the first time I've ever split a trance before.
Right, which is functionally fine. It's just
you guys
narratively
just-
probably obnoxious. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely grumpy with you. Not for waking me. I'm just like not very courteous. And I do ask if Alfie can join me.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'll have him. Alfie. And he goes into bird form.
All right, and then I'll in my heavy armor. I'll tell you. I'll shake you up, and I'll yell if anything goes on. And then
So that's another good question. You mentioned heavy armor. Are you you're wearing all your heavy armor right now?
I'm putting it on for
Okay, so it wasn't on for your trance, but you're putting on for your trance. Okay, so you'll take 10 minutes putting that on.
Yeah.
Get Alfie's help. The other two will go to bed. Give me a perception check for you and Alfie, or you with advantage if Alfie's helping.
Give you advantage.
I'll take advantage.
Okay.
19.
And just curiosity, Roulette, is Alfie commanded to do something, or is he just existing, looking around, same command as Moby 3 to alert you if he sees something?
Same as Moby 3. Like, I'll just give him like a passive command to be like, just be on alert if you see someone approaching, or follow all of the commands that Telperion gives you for the next 4 hours.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know how that works, but we won't tackle it right now.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know if he's programmed to receive just your commands, or if you can just say, "Hey, listen to him." I don't know how that works with him, but regardless, you go ahead and make a perception check with advantage, Telperion.
I did. It's 19.
19 total. Okay, you see that Dune and that Yuanti Malison person seem to slowly but surely go to bed as you kind of took over your watch, and they shook the coyote-looking individual who is just sitting on a log, still gripping her little torch very close to her chest, and actually is kind of off-puttingly staring at you most of your watch.
Yes.
But you otherwise are able to amuse yourself however Telperion would amuse himself, and it is a successful and uneventful watch.
I probably sit there, like, instead of bicep curls, I am mentally trying to lift, like, something heavy, like my helmet, or I don't, you know what I mean? Like, just some, like, yeah.
For sure. You're able to do so. That's fine.
I do at one point wave at her.
She just stares back. She doesn't wave. She seems a bit awkward, less social, very reserved. And again, you haven't heard her speak a single word since you guys have interacted with this crew.
Put my hand over my heart and I bow at her, and then I leave her be and, go back to my own little thing. And then I'll
like a statue, she just stands there. But keep going.
And then I'll wake up Toby.
Okay.
And trance. I don't know what trancing is like in heavy armor, and I guess I'm supposed to be taking it off at night, right?
Yeah, you just don't recover any level of exhaustion when you are not light armor is fine. You can sleep in light armor, but if you're wearing medium or heavy armor, it is as if you are continuing a forced march, and you'll regain your health and capabilities and stuff, but you will be subjected to a exhaustion roll essentially without taking that off.
Well, they've been fine so far. I'll take off my heavy armor and finish finish
your watch. Wake up, Toby. Got it. Okay, Toby, it is your turn.
I'll tell Toby that Alfie's been commanded to stay awake and help.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Might I guide myself for this?
You can pray for guidance. It's because it's over the court. No, I don't think so, because that's only a minute by minute thing, and this is representative of your whole watch. But you can roll it with advantage for Alfie's help. Oh man, that almost was a nat
have not
one.
rolled well in perception.
It's also, I just like the flavor of Toby Ramen. Normally you just trust your passive perception, but when you're tired and not fully rested quite yet, it's just you're having to actively force yourself awake and maintaining perception. All right, I'm gonna make a little quick roll here.
Yes. Music changes.
The music does not change. Okay. Toby Rama, you continue to watch. Nothing particular gets across your view. You notice that the tiger individual, Tabaxi, is the one taking this watch. Although similarly, the Yuanti Malison joins him halfway through the watch. Additionally,
now the music changes.
Now the music changes.
I can't believe I'm going to have to fight naked.
Did you take your armor off?
Yeah.
With advantage, having rolled very high on stealth.
What is their stealth modifier?
High.
So it's above 22 passive?
It doesn't have to be. Your active is ruling this watch.
That's lame.
And that was very purposeful. Which is just the case on watches. You're actively watching out. As an unseen attacker hits you from behind, clobbering you in the back of the head.
Cringe.
Does an 18 hit you?
Yeah, do I die immediately from assassinate?
So hang on, because this assassin has hit you with surprise, which is an auto crit, which is this additional dice twice, and another d4, but this is not going exactly how you expect. For a total of 33 non-lethal damage, please make a Constitution saving throw.
I will. That doesn't put me under.
I know. The DC is half the damage.
So no.
It would be 10 or half the damage. So no. So with this unique attack, not dealing functionally any of that damage to you, but intending to knock you out, you feel a thump on the back of your head and you fall unconscious.
And Alfie?
Your vision goes black. You're not sure what happens. Now we'll pick back up the music. You all wake up in the morning, and the first thing you notice is Alfie does not seem to be directly outside your tent, and Toby Rama seems to be asleep on the floor. But you're all able to wake up.
DM, quick question.
Asleep on the job.
Moby 3.
Moby 3 continues to do a perimeter around the area.
You didn't see anything suspicious to alert?
I go check Toby to see to wake him up.
He wakes up. You shake him, and he wakes up.
Toby, what happened?
Not a clue.
Cool.
Noticeably, as soon as you leave the mouth of the tent, all of them are gone. Their fire is still going. Their tent and like living supplies, their shitty bedrolls and stuff are still there, but they are all gone.
Is Alfie gone?
You see Alfie off to the corner within sight, held aloft by a net in a tree, and he's like rolling around.
I go check to see if they came in the tent and took anything.
I would like all of you to roll a D100 for me.
My God.
Wait, like each individually?
Everyone individually roll a D100 for me.
Me and Tim almost matched.
78. You all can deduct that amount of gold worth value from your inventory. You can choose if that was copper or platinum or gold, but each of those individual rules is how much you specifically lost. Additionally, after perceiving the space around you, you notice a hastily written note that is left near their campfire that says, "Sorry, mates, nothing personal, just got to make a living somehow. Made sure not to take any of your fancy baubles in case they had sentimental value or some other nonsense. Figured a bit of missing gold wouldn't be worth the trouble of tracking us down, right?
No shot.
Best of luck traveling our lands, planewalkers." And you notice planewalkers is spelled Plain, which is a term you've heard in Koratal that it's a harmless teasing term toward Udinil.
Udinil?
It's not a slur by any means. It's just a tease.
Did any of you choose something other than gold?
No, no, because all my stuff was in the bag of holding, so they wouldn't have been able to get it. Actually, wait, do I have anything?
I would. Ugh.
Also, just a note as a note to emphasize, I'm not trying to be a cruel person. You guys were very close to getting through that rest successfully.
No, I dropped gold.
I go use Kair to undo the knot that's holding Alfie in the air.
I go into my coin
He clunks
purse.
to the thing.
I go into my coin purse. I see 360 silver missing, and I'm gonna cast locate object on one of the coins that's missing.
Very cool.
It's
What's the
1,000
range
feet.
on?
When did I get knocked out of my rest?
Oh,
How light into it?
Fairly soon into your watch. You were maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes in. It has been over an hour since.
That's easy.
And you do have frustration as you guys have all successfully finished a long rest. And locate object is a second level spell, I think.
Yeah.
You unfortunately do not sense anything of those missing coins.
can I do an insight check on a piece of paper?
You can make an investigation check to see if there's because I would say people that know how to read if something's forged or something, they know what to look for. So you can give me an investigation check. What are you looking for?
If they're lying, if they did take something or.
Oh, sure. Telperian, give me an investigation check too, because that's all. I just started saying stuff as you were looking through, but
23.
Very high roll. You do notice that your blades, your armors, nothing significant was taken, and that lines up with the wording of the note that if they took something serious, they worried you guys might track them down. Taking something as harmless as gold, it's probably not worth the trouble.
I want to go
in
check
their
out my
minds.
pants.
Okay, you can do so.
I'm just gonna look. Is this all just worthless crap they decided to leave behind because they were in a hurry?
Yeah, tatters of leather and bedrolls that are really shitty and cheap.
I want to kill them.
I want to go track them down right now. I am beyond upset.
Listen, I mean, yeah, they took some money from us. They could have easily killed us. I mean, I hate looking for silver linings like this, but
That just means they could easily kill other people.
Yeah.
We should have killed them. We didn't have
probably the
reason.
bandits.
We shouldn't have fucking come to the
Dude.
campfire.
Listen, we Toby, I sense your frustration, but we got some bigger fish to fry and a bigger goal in mind. I don't know. It's not that they're harmless, but obviously stealing is not right. But I mean, they had an opportunity to kill all of us and take all of the very expensive, fancy shit we had, and all they took was enough money to probably just get themselves by for a bit.
I do want to see if I could even tell which direction they went.
Okay, go ahead and give me a survival check.
Oh, not good. 8.
You do not notice the tracks that they left. What you do unfortunately find is tracks from nearby your tent where you guys, you haven't walked, likely where the assailant probably snuck up from.
I will cast Sending and send a message to Dinah.
Oh my God.
Say, Dinah, 4 Wynds here. I will say the 4 races. So I'll say Dragonborn, Furbolg, Tabaxi, Hobgoblin, Terracor, Slain, by, and then I'll say the 5 races of the people and bandits at the end.
Okay.
In the Bridleback Mountains.
Okay. You do get a response that says, understood. I thank you for telling me. Any location we can send scouts to recover the bodies?
I won't send another.
Okay.
They know we've been gone 2 days.
And Michael Kennedy knows you lied, right?
No.
You did lie. They were killed by the beast. We don't know this, so this is Mike Jacoby asking for Michael Kennedy. But Michael Kennedy made a mistake. I don't know if you know that.
Not an intentional mistake. Also, like, just with the Dragonborn knowing about the bandits, maybe they were forced into a bad situation to die by the monster because of the bandits. I don't know. Doesn't feel lie to me intentionally.
Yeah, you may be creating a narrative, but in general, the point being, hey, these people were killed, these people are bandits, and that has been certainly relayed to Dinah.
Well, Roulette is right. We're not going to track them down for a little gold, although it's disgusting. But that they get to go brag about the stupidity of planeswalkers. But should we just get going then?
Yeah, let's be on our way. Keep heading up this mountain. I'm gonna rip out a piece of paper and I'm just gonna take a piece of gold and leave it in the middle of their empty campsite, and it's just gonna say, "Next time, just ask." And I'm just gonna leave it
Okay.
on a table or in one of the flaps of inside of one of the tents.
Okay, sounds good. You do so. And otherwise, again, you guys have successfully completed a long rest, so everyone's full everything, minus a little gold. But you guys are able to start out your now 3rd day of travel on Lordas, the 18th of Sun's Dusk. And you are nearing the prime peak. You suspect it might take a full day to get all the way to the top of that, but you have made your way through various mountain topography and are nearing in on your destination to the north. Since you have each rolled a d8 to determine random outcomes, I have my own outcome as well, just another encounter that will happen. You venture up another incline where it seems the path leads toward some kind of dark stonework entrance ahead. And you see 2 individuals near the mouth of this strange stone-hewn cavern entrance. And as you approach, you see that one of the men is crying, kneeling at the foot of another man who you slowly begin to notice is likely dead, leaning up against the wall of a cliff face.
God.
Did
And the path you are on seems to lead only in that direction,
Okay.
unless you want to scale walls or climb sheer cliffs. But you just hear the crying of this person ahead.
We go over to him.
Well, hang on. I halt everyone, and I use thaumaturgy to make my voice boom 3 times as loud, and I say, "Who goes there?"
You hear the individual trying to calm themselves, and he stands. You notice both of these men appear to be Udinil. The slain warrior laid against the mountain face seems to have features from this distance, maybe 60, 70, 80 feet away, that seem maybe elven-ish, maybe half elven. And the figure who is crying at your alert turns to you all, and you can see that this individual's very clearly high elven, with kind of pale golden skin and dark hair that's somewhat disheveled from their mountain travel, neither seeming to have any indication of Villian features.
I go over to him.
Okay, so as he steps forward toward you 5 feet or so, after having heard from Toby Rama, but you're pushing ahead, and this man looks back to the slain person behind him and says, "I am sorry, my friend," and turns to face you all. "Hello, travelers. I am called Cyril. His name was Anakos. He was a good man, a steadily dying breed among the Belladonian Senate.
Oh,
What brings you all traveling these lands? Do you hail from Belladonia or Aurora specifically?"
Our business is our own.
I speak in Elvish to him, and I ask, "Are you from Belladonia?"
He responds in Elvish to you, Indeed I am. I journey here from Auroras at the foot of these mountains to the north."
Well,
wait, can you repeat that?
Auroras, so where Belladonia is to the east, Auroras is one of the most southernmost cities in Belladonia, and essentially backs up to the northern edge of this mountain range.
Oh my god,
So
we've been going east. Oh my god, I thought we were
you've been going
west.
north. You went east into the mountains, and you've been traveling north
I thought the
towards
mountains were over on the
Belladonia.
west. Oh
No,
my
no,
god.
no.
Okay.
he had asked a question, and then Toby said, "Our business around."
He just said this man, Anakos, seemed to be, as he stated, a good man, which are a steadily dying breed among the Belladonian Senate.
What happened to him?
Still trying to compose himself, you see tears streaming down his face. Anakos was one of very few among the senators of Auroras I would consider a genuinely kind and good-willing person. The aristocrats are often power-hungry and obsessed with matters of station. But this man, suffice you to say, he was a bit more altruistic. He was slain by a foul creature that now resides in this chamber ahead. The creature was once a man, as it is rumored, now twisted and defiled by the foulest of magic's immortal folly, who has now become something more, something terrible. This fiend, Jormorhin, I will throw that in the chat. Jormorhin slew Anakos' husband months ago and ripped away his shadow to feed upon. Anakos immediately forsook his duties in the Senate and dedicated his final months to hunting down this entity, vowing to avenge his beloved. He kneels down once more toward his friend and clasps his hand.
A noble pursuit, to be sure, but foolish and brazen just the same. I would like to spend some moments mourning my friend and offer a prayer for his passing. I do not know what brings your party up into the heights of the Bridal Banes, but if you mean to continue, venturing through the chamber ahead is likely your only way forward, and I would urge you turn back. But if your pursuits drive you forward nonetheless, I would like to boldly make a request of you. If you are, as I suspect, warriors competent enough to survive in this landscape, I beseech that you slay Jermorin within and free the shades of those he has slain and bound to his service. I travel with no coin, but I can offer you a prayer, and I vow that such a deed will not go unpaid. Yes, of course.
Well, DM question.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Hearing the name Anakos and Cyril, does that ring any Belladonian bells as far as senators that I would know in Aurorus?
Make a history check.
And then how was all of that in Elven?
No, plenty of it was in common. His initial response to Telperion would have been in Elven, but he was clearly directing most of his common toward all of you.
Toby is in his bad mood and would like to roll an insight check for this suspecting BS on his part.
Absolutely go for it. Roulette. With the 14, the name Cyril does not ring a bell for you as any significant members of that you know of the oligarchy and the aristocracy of Belladonia. But Anakos does. You do recall, you think you knew there was a senator whose last name was Anakos. So that at least lines up for you as truthful, and not from an insight perspective, but as intellectually knowledge base. That sounds real. Holy shit! A senator ditched his political ambition to go chase after to avenge someone he loved. That is not only lines up with your knowledge base, but is also a little jarring considering your general association with the Belladonian Senate is that they are all power-hungry, greedy fuckers. Even if Belladonia is a beautiful, wonderful nation and Aurorus, this gleaming pinnacle of a city capital, it's also supposedly so austere, and there's a better word for that I can't think of. Austere is not the right word,
Gilded.
actually. Gilded, but also idyllic. Aurorus is, described as this idyllic place when there is more selfishness and greedy coin gathering to it than people really acknowledge. But to hear that there was a senator in Anakos that did this is whoa, maybe there are some good people in the Senate too. Toby Rama, with an insight check, you get 2 bits of information here. This individual's emotions you register as truthful. This is actual heartbreak at losing some kind of a friend, and he is not reserving his emotions. Those strike you as truthful and apparent and not deceptive. The other bit of insight you gain is that you do suspect this individual is, the way his language is phrased, he's maybe not divulging the full story of something. He's giving simple information and not a more detailed account of different things. Sure. But none of it registers to you as deceptive, just maybe reserved.
Okay.
At some and this is during Cyril, you said is the guy's name that we're talking to?
Yeah. I'll throw that out in the chat as well. Cyril.
How do you an Anakos?
Yep.
I know it's spelled this wrong.
And he will also say that Anakos's husband was named Keban, who also does not flag your memory for anyone of note.
As he's talking, I know twice he's said it, but the second time when he says something to the effect of like, yeah, he was an upstanding man, and the senators, which is really hard to find, Roulette would have knee-jerk reaction and said, believe me, I agree with that. To the sentiment of senators are usually douchebags.
Yeah.
What kind of race is Anakos from our
High
elf? No, Anakos.
See, yeah, Aniko seems to be half elf, seemingly half high elf, which again maybe doesn't register for you of like an indication of makes sense, but Roulette, you would know. Oh, Auroras has a highly elven population. It's very much a melting pot of various races, but a very large representation of elves and high elves in Auroras.
Cyril, how did you and you may apologize if you said this, how did you find your way up here? Did you followed Anakos up here?
Anakos has not made word for some time. It has been over a month since I have last spoken of him, and when we did not hear, we knew he had ventured up into these hills to chase after the beast that did this. Beast is, I fear, even too accommodating a word. It is something far more terrible, I believe. But I knew he ventured up into these mountains, and I set out to follow him and see if I could find any indication of his whereabouts.
And this
And
tunnel.
it seems I have.
I'm sorry for your loss. We are headed to the peak. This tunnel, I think you said this tunnel is the only way there.
I believe so, unless you wish to brave the treacherous sheer cliffs of the last, however high up it goes. This is the last traversable amount of terrain. This creature did not used to take this place as its home, but it seems it has found this place amenable to reside within now.
Did Cyril say he was also a senator?
He did not.
Oh. Cyril, I'm sorry for your loss. And I mean, we are headed to the peak, and I'm certain if something does come along threatening us, we'll respond in kind. And I don't mean to be so blunt right now, but you're connected to at least one senator. You might be someone of power yourself. What's Belladonia's reaction to what's kind of going on in the bigger world? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, specifically from Duras.
I imagine word of Durast's war on Creatia is widespread news at this moment in time. No large-scale war seems to have taken place for centuries. I cannot speak to how the Senate may respond in an official capacity, but I am sure it occupies their minds every day.
Okay.
And again, Toby Rama, just continuing your insight, again, you get the same sensation from this individual. They're reserving language, like they're not overly divulging information, but you're not getting any sense of deception.
Okay, so that's gonna start calming Toby down. And Toby will take off his pack, just kind of set it on the ground, set most of his stuff on the ground, and say to Cyril, I can't offer much, but I am a cleric, and if you would be so inclined, I could perform some rites upon him, and hopefully better usher him to beyond.
I greatly appreciate your kindness. I am a simple priest of my own right, and although I, again, am grateful for your offering, I would prefer to tend to him myself.
Understood.
If you don't mind, to what god or goddess do you pledge your allegiance? I do not notice any identifying iconography upon you.
The Eternal Judge, Kelemvor.
I do not often cross followers of Kelemvor. A noble domain indeed. Thank you for your kindness.
I will retreat and go pick up my stuff and remain quiet.
Okay.
I'm gonna go forward.
And otherwise, he will just continue to kneel down at his friend. But you guys are free to continue interacting however you like.
I'll go forward and hold out my hand to Cyril.
Okay.
And just kneel down next to Anakos. And then I'm going to take out one of my slivers. I'm going to take a piece of hair. I'm going to cut it. And I'm going to go to Anakos's middle finger on his right hand. And I'm going to tie my hair around the base of his middle finger there.
Pardon me. You are Ithilwinge, are you not?
Make a roll then.
Make a roll, man.
What, may I ask, what cultural significance that gesture belies?
It would mean more if we did it with one of your hairs. Would you mind? We could do it on his other hand.
Of course. Would you allow me?
I'll hand my sliver.
He will cut off a couple strands of hair, not a huge chunk, but a couple strands, and hand it over to you.
And then I'll tie those on the middle finger of the other hand. And I'll say, he seems to be half elven, but when an elf passes young, we send them back to Krillin with a small part of ourselves. And if I had the proper, actually, hang on, and I'll take my water skin and I'll just get some water on my thumb, and I'm gonna do a small moon shape on his Anakos's forehead.
Thank you for your kindness. Again, if you mean to proceed into this cavern, you will likely not avoid the gaze of Jormorin. Please adequately prepare for its assault. I must not enter. I will try to tend to Anakos, offer a prayer, and make my way back.
I'm just gonna lean in and whisper a couple things in Elvish, but that's all.
Okay. Is anyone else trying to hear what this is? I might allow perception if for Jiri or Roulette if they're able to hear it, but otherwise, what do you whisper? If you want, you could text me it if that's something you're interested in.
I think I'll text it to you because I want to think about it. Yeah.
Okay. But otherwise,
then I'll stand up and I'll say, we'll kill this thing.
The world will be better for it.
And he will just continue to close his eyes and kneel down in reverence with his friend. And otherwise, we'll just continue that pose for a while. Are you guys proceeding inward? Okay. As you guys enter this stone-like hewn cavern, it seems like it's roughly carved as if it wasn't always like this way. And it leads into a tunnel that gets gradually darker and darker and darker. And as I move you guys to this screen,
really quick, as we're going into the cave, Cyril, again, blessings on your journey back. The world's changing, and the people of creation, Chimeras, are looking for allies against whatever Durast is doing. Hopefully, Belladonia, Aurorus and Belladonia at large could be considered an ally. We may reach out for some sort of contact or communication at some point in the future after we kill this thing in here. My name is Roulette. This is Toby, Jiri, and Telperian. go by the Four Winds. And you might hear from us in the future, and I do hope we meet again.
Very well.
Safe travels.
You as well.
We didn't tell them our names. That's what I was starting.
And so as you guys proceed through this dark tunnel into the depths within, I'm going to move you to this screen, and that is where we'll call it for this session.
Tunnel.
Assuming we were coming from top right corner, probably.
Correct. So there is very, very sparse light still filtering in from the tunnel above, but now it is all straight up. Like, it's probably dim light considered where you guys are currently standing, but anywhere in front of you, it is considered darkness. So anyone with dark vision has this ability to see out to the area I've carved, but Jiri, without your goggles or a light source, you would be lightless, but you'll put on your goggles, so you all functionally have dark vision out to this range that is currently shown.
Why do you have dark vision?
What's up? Steve's just like, what's up?
Yeah,
What?
for a dark vision climbing friend.
All right, we'll
Jiri
end the
Moran.
session there, and we will approach this inner chamber next time.